I beta feel, it's pretty similar to Dragonflight, but still pretty different. You didn't really gain any new abilities, but the passives still change the rotation and like your overall thought process of like how you want to do swaps and how you want to pad. I'm playing everything. I'm going full peekaboo spin the wheel mode. That's the goal. We did the rogue first, then we did the feral, then we did a second rogue, then we did a warrior, now we're doing mage, then we're doing warlock, then we're doing priest probably. I think that's kind of the order I settled on. I set up my UI for warlock. I haven't set up my UI for priest yet though. So I might have, today might not even be that long of a day, because my mage is done in 2 levels, and then Warlock's only going to take me like 3 or 4 hours, and then I don't really have any other characters set up to level. I mean, I guess by then we're into the real launch. And maybe I can do some battlegrounds or something, maybe. That's the real copium. Maybe I don't even do the Warlock today. Maybe I can actually do some PvP. That'd be sick. The tap icon, it's tied to my Better Blizz frames. But yeah, I have all the import for my UI stuff on the Discord. The import for that add-on, because that add-on is my party cast bars, combat indicator, all that. It's also like how I highlight certain buffs and debuffs to be like more noticeable letters, which is really good for Deathstalker marks too. To like have it just be like the very first debuff and be bigger. Any advice on what? It's a really vague question. Oh, I didn't see the first half. After Rogue asked a sub to push threes. So you're saying you're playing with an Ellie and you want to know if you want to play Asa or sub? I wouldn't play Rogue Ellie as any Rogue spec. I mean, the few times that it's been okay, it's been like some weird dampening outlaw type thing. I mean, Ellie is really good. I think it's more of just a you got it in your solo shuffle, and you know you're just playing whatever you're playing, and you just PV. Like kind of all three specs kind of PVE similarly. Asa if you want to do more damage, sub if you want to do more control. Also, the new raid buff that Ellie has with Mastery goes pretty decent for sub. But sub and Asa are both good with Mastery, so I would say Asa just does more damage. People are sleeping on it. People love to pre-complain about sub. Why is this damage on Asa is insane. I would say Ellie is really good and probably not going to get nerfed. I think sub is really fun and really good, but it's probably going to get nerfed. And then I don't think Asa will get nerfed because not enough people are playing it right now, but it is really good, so. But ideally, if you play Rogue, just play both. It'll be more fun and more variety that way. You put in your effort into playing sub, and then when you want to just turn your brain off, you can relax and play Asa. If you can play sub, it's really easy to play any spec, really. I would say for quality of life and shuffle, yeah. Ellie has a much higher skill floor. Outlaw doesn't have many good matchups and many good comps, and then sub has too low of a skill floor and too high of a skill cap. And then Asa isn't the best in shuffle because it's like squishy and you can't trust bad healers. Which most of the healers in shuffle are really bad. And there's just too many bleed removal comps with like dragons being every game and dwarves and stuff like that. Yeah, Frost Mages are insane. I think Frost Mage is the best caster and then Ellie. And I'd say Fury is the best melee and then DK and then Feral. Unholy DK. And then Rogue is like the fourth best melee for sub. But the thing is, like, only a couple people can make sub work, whereas anyone can make Fury Warrior work. Doesn't matter. Like, Swifty could almost beat me in a duel if I'm not trying my heart out. And, like, Shadow Step his Heroic Leap, like, 3 times, and, like, meld his Stormbolt, and, like, pre-vanish this, and Like, I have to play it pixel perfectly against an 18 hundo. While he just runs around being immortal, self-healing more than, like, a healer practically, doing double my damage. I don't think Fury will get nerfed as hard as it should, though. Blizzard loves the low skill cap specs. Like, Frost is by far the easiest mage spec. They want that to be good. Asa is the best, or is the easiest rogue spec, so they'll probably gut sub and make Asa be the way to play. Fury is usually the turn your brain off spec for Warrior, but at least they gave it Blade Storm. Like, Arcane Mage is never gonna be PvEing at the level that, like, an Ellie Shaman will, right? Unless it's just, like, maximum Touch of the Magi AoE spam on, like, Demo Lock pets and DK pets the entire game. The only spec that, like, breaks my analysis of that, I guess, is that BM Hunters are trash. Like, if Blizzard just loved full Pepega always being the best way to play, they would make BM Hunter better than Marksman. I mean, it used to be very few people could multi-class. Nowadays, everyone can play every class easily. It's just because the game is too much of a PvE meta. So there's not really a different flavor of different comps. You're just playing a comp that's tankier and does more damage than another comp. There's no more individual matchup guides. Oh, I want to watch a matchup guide specifically to Ret Hunter versus Turbo. Like, there's no nicheness of anything. Oh, how is RMP versus God comp different than RMP versus Mage Lock? Like, no, it's just... This comp is more tanky and does more damn. Even RMP generally is a PvE comp nowadays. There's not really setup comps anymore. And then people have the audacity to say, like, DK Dragon is a setup comp because they do a Wombo combo. That'd be like calling Windwalker DK a setup comp in WoD. But they timed grip and leg sweep. That's a setup, right? I mean, kinda. But is the whole nature, you know... There's no flow state and adaptations and last seconds and, like... You know, there's no Smash Melee concept of, like, neutral. You know, and, like, flow state of, like, doing different things. It's just a... Okay, we wait and we do our combo. It's like an Overwatch combo, you know, where it's just like, okay, we're gonna press our two ults together, and, like, that's it. Like, it's kind of like having an engage comp in League of Legends more than just, you know, actually playing Control. Okay, we're gonna time the Malphite ult and the Yasuo ult. I don't think should own all. I just think more classes should function the same way that Rogue Mage does. There should be different types of setup comps. In a perfect world, a Warrior Lock is playing aggro and CCing to win the same way that a Rogue Mage is. And everyone just CCs to win a different way. And some people are a little more tanky, some people are a little more mobile, some people are, you know... Like, that's really the trade-off. But nowadays, like, more classes have more synergy with themselves than they do other classes. Because every class is like their own comp. Like, Hunters don't really have to work as a team. Reds don't really have to work as a team. Rogues really do their own micro-piss on their own. Like, I think ever since, like, Legion, we started seeing so many class stacking with, like, double DH, triple Monk, double Shadow Priest, double Warlock. And there's, like, every other patch, there's just some dumb, you know, okay, this thing PvEs really well, and they're just gonna stack two of them because they don't really need to make a comp anymore. Hasn't really happened as much in Dragonflight, but... Thank you, Snore, for the tier 1 first time sub, first of the day. Welcome. Appreciate you. Someone gets always hit by that every time. It's such a hilarious ability. It's like Looney Tunes to just watch a fucking freight just fall on someone. It needs to make just like a really satisfying like sound effect of like an anvil falling on someone's head. Are we actually gonna wipe for this somehow? Mage feeling good. I mean, obviously I knew Frost is broken going into the beta, but and it's gonna probably get gutted. I don't think Arcane will be as good as Ellie. So like after Frost gets the nerfs that it's gonna get, Ellie will probably go back to being the supreme best caster. But I don't know, the comps I'd be excited to play if there was like a tournament today would be like KFC, which is Warrior Hunter, Thunder, which is Warrior Ellie, RMP obviously, and then, you know, maybe some Thug Cleave, which is Rogue Hunter. I think some of the Wizard Cleaves will be really good into all the Warriors too. Like I think God Comp, Mage Shadow Priest, and Mage Lock will be really good too. And I think FMP will be really good. Pharaohs are really slept on. Jungle will be insane. FMP will be insane. And I think Hunters will be really popular for being anti-Mage. Because it'll kind of be a triangle of Warrior beats everything but Mage, and Mage beats everything but Hunter. So if you just have a Warrior and a Hunter, you kind of just beat everything. I think KFC would just be insane. Aflocks are like high A to low S. I can't tell if they're better than Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest and Locke are both really good. Like Affliction. Like Demo is trash F tier and Destro is pretty bad B tier. But Affliction and Shadow Priest are like low S to high A. They're really, really good. They definitely do double certain specs damage. And they're not that squishy. Well, Affliction's a little squishy. But they just aren't as immortal as Ellie and Mage. And they just don't do as much damage either. Yeah, it's pretty rare that Mage is the best PvE wizard, so it's definitely going to get nerfed. So if you want to just be prepared, just pick Ellie. It's always the best PvE class. Smexing it up. Got the fonts back, nice man. I mean, it's because you are a CC bot. Even though it's S tier, most specs in the game do almost double subs damage, unless the game is like 1,000 rating diff Smurf gap, and you're like winning by the second go of the game because someone's just tilted and bad. But most classes in the game, even at 60% with no trinket on a non-orc, don't die to blades in a duel. You kind of just have to do your teammates are helping with airborne damage 20-0 duel as the healer gets out of CC, or a duel for CC. Yeah, there's no universe where you compare to a warrior, DK, mage, Locke, Ellie, hunter, shadow priest, Locke. I'm probably missing a few. Pretty much the whole DH, pretty much the whole cast of the entire game, except for like enhance and Augvoker and Windwalker. Yeah, you can out damage, or just like those three. You can count the amount of specs you can out damage at an equal skill level on like one hand. Granted, it's much smaller of a gap than Dragonflight. Everyone's not doing 2.5 to 3 times your damage. Most people are doing like 1.5 times your damage. If you're at 35 mil, they're probably at 50. If the whole lobby, they're at like 380, you're at like 280. You're generally going to be last on damage, but you have the most windows to still cheese out the game by just having the most annoying like vanish re-kicks and duels into stun and to gouge and to, you just be really, really good at harassing people. I think it's like top 4 melee if you're really, really good at it. But like only a couple people can actually still play it. It's not like 8 out of 8 of AWC is going to be sub rogues like it would be with outlaw rogues and NASA rogues when they're good. But yeah, thank you so much, Cameron. Appreciate the tier 1 first time as well. Welcome, welcome. 2 of the day. I read that as sub in World War II and not War Within. I don't know why. I was like, what? Oh, I need to fix the drops command, because there are new drops today, huh? Let me update that. The drops start at 3 p.m. when the actual launch happens. So the drops don't start for another hour. That's the Ghastly Charger. And it starts in an hour, and you got until the September 19th for 4 hours of watching any stream. Something else I need to fix real quick too. God, I love watching that orb CD be like 4 seconds long. It's like I'm fighting a Demo Warlock right here. I kind of wait till I use some energy usually. Yeah, that's why you don't want to macro, especially if you're like dancing for CC and then like sapping and stuff. You're just wasting globals of the damage modifier when you haven't really done anything yet. Usually like after the stun. Or I'll have it be macroed into T. And then everything else is macroed into Blades. So like Blades is like the true Swifty macro. Except everything is in Blades except for T. So like if I want to on use, I press Blades. And then, like, the only reason you don't put T in there is, like, sometimes not all of your CDs line up perfectly. And you'll have to, like, reuse CDs mid-go. And then if you try to, like, you know, like, re-press something, like, let's say, like, your on-use CD somehow was, like, ahead of your blades. Because you, like, desynced them. And then you try to, like, re-blades to on-use, then you accidentally use 2 charges of T. Because T does not have like a smart prevent you from overlapping it, like Dance does. When they dumbed down Dance to be like more quality of life, to now let you double dance. There's no protection like that for T, and if you use like 2 charges of it, it's really bad because they take like a minute to recharge. So like you don't want to like do that. So I have T and symbols bound, and then I have blades and everything but T bound. And then I still have everything bound separately, like if I just want to only symbols or, you know. Yeah, sometimes it's just faster for me to press T than it is to press symbols and T. On like a mid-game go kind of thing that isn't blades. I pressed block there. Feels bad, man. I guess Nelf is still a button. Human's just passive. You only want to be human or orc if you're literally just only class envying other sub-rogues. Like, Night Elf is still really good for getting, like, nullifying off dragon, or just, like, a whole extra pre-med. Or say muting, like, a Stormbolt or Coil. Cross mage counters every melee. Like, how's this Bratware doing that much? But then I looked, he's level 70, that's why. 71. You actually kind of do less damage every time you level up. Scaling wise, like 70 to 73, you're super, super OP for dungeons. It's probably best to dungeon until like 73 and then do the campaign. While you're at your most strength for dungeons. Because if you just ignore the dungeons and everything and side quests and you just do pure campaign, you finish the campaign around level 76. And then you can do world quests and dungeons the rest of the way through. Or side quests, but the side quests are worth way less XP than the campaign. Well, some people say you should kind of like do like 1 or 2 dungeons per zone so that by the time you finish the campaign you're done. Or you could just rush the campaign and then do dungeons like 76 onward for like an hour, but probably best to do dungeons at your peak strength and then probably... Okay, we want human on your other rogue then? For sub-rogue versus sub-rogue to fight other human sub-rogues and other orc sub-rogues. I have 1 night elf rogue and 1 human rogue. I played both on the beta. Wait, Gloomblade? Nah, Gloomblade's terrible. The goal is never press backstab ever, or Gloomblade. If you're playing well. Unless you're like getting like micro CC'd and you're like really dance charge starved and they're super spread and you can never fan of knives. Because they're never stacked, then sometimes you have to press it, but... Fan of knives is just more combo point efficient per global. And more energy efficient. For farming dance charges and keeping up rupture and building up kidney and just everything you need to do, getting, you know. And then at the other half of the game, you're subterfuge or dancing, pressing Shadow Strike or Sepsis or stuns as builders. Yeah, I have the talent build and the talent command. Yeah, you can drop Swift Death symbols reduction for the symbols crit, but I don't recommend it. It does make you more patient on actually waiting for kidney every go, but your teammates aren't going to wait for you to wait. And you need to be more like flexible to just go on DRs. And sometimes do a double cheap shot go, or like make it a blind go, or make it, you know, a bomb go, some kind of thing. Or your teammates getting their own YOLO CC. It's just Naj. That's my main rook. On Tichondrius. Not me come out of that. Seems like we outnumber them. I like how I frostbit him in the air. I think he died to fall damage because I rooted him in the air somehow. What? Or maybe someone knocked him off his mount with the war mode thing. Yeah, I'm playing a little bit of everything. The goal is to do a full-on peekaboo, spin the wheel type thing. I intend on playing at least everything, but maybe Hunter, Dragon, and Ret probably don't make the cut. Unless, like, Ret is super fodum and it gets buffed into God mode and I have to play it for a tournament or something, but... yeah, the goal is just play a little bit of everything, you know? To work right when it launches. Yeah, 3 PM is a weird start time. I think everyone has drops on if you're like a partner or something. It's just automatic. I think even non-partners get them too. It's very rare that they do like a specific so-and-so gets drops type thing. Wait, is the gift sub one gonna happen too? That one I think they like made specific for Classic, but I don't know if they're doing it specific this time. That one was triggering. Because that one was like, everyone was getting so many subs because of that, and then certain people weren't. That one was some favoritism bullshit when that happened in Classic, but I think it's to everyone now. Why is everyone Alliance? Because the game is too slow paced for Orc to be like mandatory anymore. You don't get like punished for fucking up sometimes now. Everyone has so many defensives they can just press while stunned, and stuns are so nerfed that it doesn't feel like the only time you ever can die is in a stun. So you don't really need to be World of Warcraft. Human can just trinket more often aggressively, and Gnome, you might be able to move your character against a mage. And Night Elf is always broken. Not just for like going for a res or going for a drink or just getting a free restealth, but there's just so many CCs you can just immune with it. A lot of people play Night Elves, even people that don't even stealth. For Shamans, Orc is probably better. You don't really need Dwarf Bleed Dispel anymore because dragons are so OP and they already Bleed Dispel. And Orc also just, or Dwarf also just puts your trinket on CD, which is really bad. Like, it's good aggro as maybe Dark Iron Dwarf because there's so many more filler debuffs, but then you can't trinket aggro on your one-shot anyway. But there's so many, like, random pad debuffs now that, like, Dark Iron would pump really hard if it removed a bunch of them, but... Same talents as DF pretty much? Almost, yeah. Your rotation changes a lot from the hero talents. You have to open with Shadow Strike, not stuns. So you kidney shot more. And you sometimes have to like stay on a target to finish your finishers before you swap with the buff. You still have the AoE shield. Oh, you mean in general? Every time you stealth, it's still you can. I still talent it now instead of the move speed for vanish, since they nerfed vanish duration from 3 to 1.5 until you get pulled out. PvP stomp quests. Not sure because I couldn't turn in the comp stomp one I had. In Dragonflight or Stormwind or the new city. I think the vendor's just not there. Got a bloodluster there. I'm just lazy. I don't know if they are, if they're coming out today. Half people say they do, half them don't. You can do it on every character for an AoE 34 slot back. I thought it was like a one-time per account. That's OP. I've been pumping on the mage, man. A lot better at Frost than I am Arcane. Arcane's too sweaty sometimes. In Dragonflight, at least. Oh, I'm actually gonna die. I jinxed it myself instantly. Like, I'm just gonna do a giant pull here. I didn't want to do one more dungeon because I'm only like 40k away, and I need to do this world quest anyway, and that'll put me 20k away. So I guess if I go do this world quest, that's enough after I do this. Yeah, I can pad pretty hard on Frost. My vines are really cozy. Not like getting carpal tunnel. Trying to pad. Do you know when Honor Gear's gonna be out? Like, I'm not sure if it's like today or if it's when the season starts. Either way, the Honor grind is like a couple hours long, not even. But at least it'll give me an excuse to do some kind of PvP. But that's not dropped yet. Usually it drops like instantly. Or is it somehow up here? Oh yeah, it's up here. Like, they usually land way quicker. Top 3 melee, top 3 caster. Frost Mage is best caster. Ellie Shaman is second best caster, and then third, I don't know if it's Affliction or if it's Shadow Priest. I guess Hunter. Marksman is third if you count Hunter as a caster, because it's a range. So yeah, I would say Frost, Ellie, Marksman, and then I'd say melee is Fury Warrior, Unholy DK Feral. Sub-Rogue is like fourth. And then best healers, Dragon by a million miles, not even close. Then Disc, then Rista Druid. For what spec? For Mage or for Rogue? My talent build is in the talent command. It's in a paste bin. Yeah, I don't really know the Mage talents that well right now. I just kind of stole like the Raikou and Aegis builds. But I'll link it after I kill this mob. I have to make a bunch of weak auras later too. It's like quality of life things for like altar time. And quality of life for like how long I have to use my instant blizzard, I guess. And when Comet Storm's gonna do the built-in Ice Nova. Advantages. Meld mount. I can't 1v2 2 max levels at level 79. I can't believe I lived. Let's go do this other world quest to go level up. That's the mage spec right now. I want to be playing Kata, but people only play like the beginning and end of seasons. Yeah, people are pre-crying about that, but I don't think it's even a buff. Like, I'm pretty sure it was already done on the beta, and they're just catching the retail experience up to where the beta was at. Everyone's like, it's so tone deaf that they would buff Cyberrogue when even the Cyberrogues are putting it in S tier. And the reality is, like, no matter what, even with those, like, less than 10% changes, only a few Cyberrogues are going to be able to make it work anyway. And most people that can play Cyberrogue will gap everyone else on their own main class ulting it. But yeah, they basically nerfed Shadow Strike by 8, and then they buffed Abyss and Secret by 10, allegedly. But I'm pretty sure it's just getting retail to where the beta was at. I don't even think it was like a flat buff from where the beta was at. Yeah, it's just Michael Bay AoE explosions everywhere. That's pretty much it there. Yeah, Sap and Poly and stuff are still 6. And they nerfed Gouge to 3, and they made the Gouge cooldown longer, and then they also made the Kidney cooldown longer, and then they also made Vanish only last 1.5 seconds. And they made your rotation way clunkier. So you're kind of like forced to tunnel targets that you don't want to sometimes. As Deathstalker. But then if you play Trickster, you CC yourself and gap your stuns because of it with coup de grace, and you AoE break CC constantly with Nimble Flurry. So you kind of have to play Deathstalker because it does more Rupture Pad. So that you're not like doing 1/3 the damage of everyone else. So that you're only like a couple million behind. Slash, you know, half their damage if the game goes multiple minutes. But if you can win in like a couple goes, then you're only a couple million behind. Or is there new changes? Born Good's saying something on Battle.net. He said Holy Pallies are going to be OP or something on Battle.net. Let me see. Is there like new changes I don't know about? And not just the Sub-Rogue getting buffed the day the expansion came out on 22nd for the early access? Wowhead. Lore stuff, PV stuff. I don't see anything new. Maybe he's just trolling. Yeah, they'll probably nerf Sub and we'll just get stuck with Asa again, even though I despise playing Asa. That's also part of why I'm multi-classing more. Because Asa is one of my least favorite specs in the entire game. I don't consider Asa to be playing a rogue. It's an insult to my level of effort. And it's just boring. So I might as well just play a PvE class and PvE than play Asa. Because then I can actually have a toolkit and actually do something and just play something new. Playing Asa, you're not even playing PvP. So, you know, I'm just bored of it. I think whatever's like an easy mode PV spec is usually immune to nerfs. Because they're usually balanced around like the worst players on their class. Like Unholy DK can always be broken and it'll never get nerfed. Ellie is usually broken and never gets nerfed. I think Pharaoh will get nerfed. I think Bite is gonna get like halved. Maybe not halved, but like 30%ed. Because people cry that it can 30 to 0 them. Even sometimes more than that even. But I'm actually more excited to play Feral than I am Rogue. Because nowadays FMP just does more CC than RMP. When you compare it to like an Asa Arcane and Outlaw Arcane style. But if Subfrost is good, then I'm just most excited to play Rogue, obviously, but... In Dragonflight, it seemed like FMP just seemed way more fun than RMP. Because it felt more like RMP than RMP was. Because you actually like had CC chains and were doing things besides just peeling and padding and positioning well and just being annoying. And micro interrupting and waiting for like 60% dampening and someone to be You were actually kind of CCing the whole team and CCing people low and like actually burst killing them if you play FMP. Which is more RMP than RMP is. Or that deep. Yeah, I mean, you could still play Snowdrift even though it's clunky as hell. Stuck in combat? Oh, it's because it's on CD, that's why. That might hit me, but now I feel like I dodged it. Nah, I'm fine. And these elites are kind of rough. I guess it's because I haven't really gotten any gear yet at max level, but most of my characters are like 540 plus, but alright, this weekly quest just gives really good rewards, and then I'm gonna try to see if I can find any type of PvP, but we'll see. Crazy how quickly I did this quest on my Fury Warrior. My Rogue took literally forever. My Warrior, I sold the whole thing in like 5 minutes, not even. It's crazy how overtuned Warrior is in any type of content. How you doing, Klepter? I already answered you, damn, on said the PV specs that are just easy to play that most of the players are really bad on don't really get balanced around the best of their class. So warriors are always immune to nerfs. Ellies are immune to nerfs. DKs are immune to nerfs. Like if they get nerfed, they're still always broken. It's always a really minor slap on the wrist. That wasn't even me dying to the mob, I just got ganked. LA Fury? Yeah, Fury is probably gonna get something, but it'll still be really broken after it gets nerfed. I would say DK is more insulated to nerfs because it's already been nerfed. And Fury is like borderline soloing dungeons right now. So it will probably get a PvE nerf that affects PvP. I also don't think Arms like needs buffs either. It's just Fury is that much of God mode. It's pretty crazy that anything could be more broken than a DK, and that's like how broken Fury is. But I think DK is pretty insulated from nerfs. Stefanomol, I'm just playing everything. But I would say Mage, Ellie, and Marksman are the top 3 ranged. And Fury, Unholy, and Feral are the top 3 melee. Unholy is just doing double everyone's damage except for the other God mode specs. And it doesn't have much counterplay, and yeah. It's still really annoying. It pets all over your screen, and it's definitely good. That Snowdrift didn't hit. That's awkward. Wondering why I wasn't getting stacks. Oh. Any classes are immune? I mean, you just pick the Fodem PV specs that have been Fodem for a while. It's because we're never really getting out of the PvE meta until they do another CC rework. Like, certain classes are just more predispositioned to the whole tab AoE Mythic plus Diablo Fest gameplay. So it's like more easy to slot them in the meta. Like, Boomy is like A tier right now, but like you could buff Boomy by 5% and it could just become the best spec in the game. Because it was the best spec all of Dragonflight. Because Cyclone is one of the only good CCs. And they're really good with dragons, and they're really good against dragons, and dragons are by far the best healer. Start leveling? What do you mean? Oh, until like early access is over? Yeah. Ranged ult? I would do Hunter. I think mages are going to be really popular, and Hunters counter them really hard. Hunter will have some of the best comps in the game, with jungle and KFC and... I would just block this, but I need to save it in case the Horde try to gank me. Because I know they're not going to want to share the tag, yeah. Those tries, I just invis off this, and I let them... Okay, they redotted my invis instantly. I was gonna say I just let them deal with the buff. But it's not gonna work that way. Oh, I could have melted that. I need Blink Stun so bad. I just don't res. I don't think they can reset the mob, so I'm just permanently with the tag until they decide to kill it. Because if I just res, they'll just kill me again. Or I res and try to gank them, but for fun. I think when I have every CD and go Blink Stun, it's possible. I need to still find a bind for Ice Flows. Couldn't blink that because I was still coiled. Feels bad. I almost had the meld on it though. Yeah, we did 2 rogues, and then we did rogue, feral, rogue, warrior, and now mage. But yeah, we're at 5 now. And then I'm probably doing Warlock next. Because it's the only one I have like keybind set up for. I'm not that interested in playing DH. It's boring. It's good. It's still S tier. Even though people like gaslight really hard on it. It does good damage and it's pretty tanky. And it's still really mobile. But DH is pretty immune to nerfs, yeah. Forget where the quest to skip the campaign is. I've played Warlock a lot actually. And I played Mop Hunter a bit too. I had all day Kata at least on my lock. I ulted a lot of Warlock and Kata back in the day. The main ult I never really see myself on is Ret. I just don't like pure defensive utility. And just 5,000 party 1-2 macros. I like it on Shadow Priest when it's like gripping your teammates and shielding your teammates and swapping your teammates and stuff like that. But for whatever reason on Ret, like Sank is just boring. Where's the PvP world quest? Did it oh yeah, I already did it. I'm stupid. When I was leveling up. That prio for sub now? Still Mastery Versa, yeah. Problem with SP is you just get countered by warriors every single expansion. And Fear is just the worst CC in the game. Because there's AoE Zerker Shout on warrior and there's Tremor Totem. I think the MD nerf also just hurt so much of the fun of Priest. think this is the quest line to get Earthern, but I'm not sure. I mean, you can still MD your teammate's CC. It's just a long ass cooldown. It costs too much mana, and it's like more kickable than it used to be. Yeah, I played the old school Bioshock. Yeah, their vendors are there. Okay, so I should be doing some BGs on my rogue then. I'm gonna log over and do some BGs. I don't even think it's a matter of not breaking on damage. Then Shadow Play would just be too OP. Because it already doesn't really break on damage. That's like the worst way to buff it. Just AoE Zerker Shout needs to not exist, and it needs to be 8 seconds. And Tremor needs to a nerf. If anyone wants to sign up, that had the early access and is max level. If not, I could queue a solo, but I got 2 Death Knights. This guy's got some sweaty ass gear. 596. So yeah, is the honor cap 15k now? Yeah, it is. Okay. I don't know if I want to invite 2 DKs. The honor gear should be here, right? So we got. I think these are what we need to make sockets, right? Weapon obviously can be first. Use trinket, yes. Oh my god. This guy's 621 item level. What the hell is this guy doing, man? Oh, he's just already got full crafted gear, I guess. Or no, that's actual, it's full honor gear. I guess he just 4k honored every single character. Need a healer and like another range. I prefer double dagger. It's just more auto attacks to proc the energy regen more from shadow techniques. We need a healer really bad, but maybe I just queue that one. Yeah, I have the honor flasks already. I got flop to heal us. Oh yeah. I'll just grab the other Death Knight. I invited his dragon on accident. But you can't queue Comp Stomp as a group. That's interesting. Honestly, I should just grind Comp Stomp. I shouldn't even grind normal BGs. I need some variety, or I'll go insane. It wouldn't be good stream content to just grind the AI for like 40,000 honor for all my characters. Just have a 90% win rate win in the opener. So I got nothing else to stream, so. But yeah, if you are gonna grind honor, you should buy these flasks. There's like other types too. There's like a mana one, and there's also like a do more damage if you get a bunch of killing blows one, but I think this is the only one that works in arena, and this one also works through death. I play human and night elf. I have 2 rogues. Human or orc for like sub rogue versus sub rogue, and then night elf for everything else. But it's close enough. It doesn't really matter. It's night elf is mandatory though if you intend on playing any SR outlaw. Nine-minute BGQ. I guess everyone's just shamelessly doing comp stomp, huh? Work mode might be faster. Oh, do I have to actually enable that? Thought it would just be on by default. Or no, that's just the actual NPC you have to talk to and queue for him, right? Is Asa good? Yeah. Waz is doing insane damage on it. After sub gets nerfed, probably it'll be the best, sadly. Even though I'd rather just play a different class than play Asa. Like, I can tolerate Outlaw sometimes, even though it's too RNG, but Asa is so boring. I'd rather just play other classes if it's good. But Ideal Undead, old school animations, dude. Between Haze Verse and Crit Verse, probably Crit Verse. Haste is terrible for sub. Look at enchant prices. 100k for ring enchants? Yeah, don't bother enchanting honor gear. It'll go way down. I'm sitting in a queue for a BG. Because there is honor gear now. There's honor vendor. It actually isn't the season start. I I hope not either too. I hope Sub Frost like stays good and like RMP is good and Thug Cleave is good and like Rogue Shadow Priest is good and Rogue Lock and like you get to play like actual CC, you know? Like if it's just Ooga Booga melee cleaves Asa AoE every single matchup, it's gonna be really boring. Like I hope Sub Rogue stays the best Rogue spec. But people are already like pre-complaining about it, which is weird because like it's in their best interest for Sub Rogue to be good. Because like very few people can play Sub Rogues. And whenever like Outlaw and Asa or the Rogue spec, they just infest AWC. And there's just like 8 Outlaw ults all damping everyone. Or 8 Asa Rogues just spamming Fan of Knives, you know? And it's like When sub rogue is good, there's still never more than like 3 people they can play it at a time. And there's like a lot more comp variety and stuff. What's it called? Vicious Flask of Honor. There's a Wrecking Ball one too, and like a mana one. I don't know what the mana one's called, but I think this is one that's actually usable in Arena as well. Because the other ones are not really for Arena, I don't think. We got Chumbao. Thank you so much. Or is it Chumbo? I think it's Chumbo. My bad, my bad. Either way, thank you so much for the first time. Actually, I don't know. It is 17 months in a row. I've been saying first time for a lot of people today. That I recognize, and I'm like, maybe it just glitched out and reset, but I'm using like a different way to see YouTube and Twitch chat merged, and it does not properly show that. Good to know. Yeah, I had a 9-minute queue. You can't queue Comp Stomp as a group. I might have to queue Comp Stomp even though I don't want to. Just because it's insta queue. Yeah, the problem with like Comp Stomp is I want to like, I mean, I'm gonna be playing all day streaming anyway. So even if it's like less efficient, it gives people something more fun to watch, and it gives me something more fun to do. But maybe at least I Comp Stomp till I have full gear. And then I do random BGs while I'm like full gear. Because then I could just keep transferring the honor to all my other characters. So dead. I got a 4 cap so far though. Auto grind same. It's the same. I saw it max level. It's really good. I played a lot of the beta where it was like max level full gear arenas. I would say I'd put sub in like low S. There's like a couple classes better, but you know, it is by no means unviable. Your damage is pretty trash, but yeah. I don't have my weapons enchanted right now. But I guess I could put Sophic on it still, yeah. The thing is, I don't know if that buff is real. Everyone's like pre-crying about it, but I'm like 99% sure that they already did that on the beta undocumented. And that they're just catching retail up to the beta. And it's the same story as everyone pre-crying about 8-second kidney, even though they data mined that it wasn't going to be in PvP. And it was like really obvious that 8-second kidney wasn't going to be in the game. And everyone was still like pre-crying about it because it's just a free excuse to complain about rogues. Because people love the gaslighting politics. Yeah, they're just getting rid of all the PvP modifier nerfs, but they already did that for most things on the beta. And the tooltip didn't seem like they were going down in PvP like that with how they changed auras. So, like, I don't think... Yeah, it would be nice if there was, like, proactively putting the change on beta too, just to see. Like, if they were still making changes to the beta since we have 2 weeks for the season to start, that'd be cool, but they're not doing that. I'm playing Feral too, yeah. Feral is really fun. I'm actually more excited for Feral than I am Rogue. Better Blizz frames is like 80% of my UI. That shows the swords for combat and a lot of other things. It's the dark mode for the UI. It's the party cast bars. It's certain buffs being highlighted in larger than other ones. It's the old school combo points. It's the kick reminder next to the cast bars. Everything that looks like a weak aura is usually better Blizz frames or plates. Outside of a couple weak auras. But yeah. Yeah, we're trying to play Rogue, Feral, Warrior, Mage, Priest, and Warlock probably so far. Maybe more to come. Since it's so easy to level and there's no weekly vault, so there's like less maintenance for it. Try to go like full peekaboo, spin the wheel on what class to play kind of thing. We got Contagion with the Gifty Bomb. When is that? 13 for the day? No weekly vault? There is no weekly vault. You just get more conquest points. So you cap your ults way less. In terms of like, oh, I need to grind 5,000 more honor worth of arena. No, you just, you play a couple games and you're capped. I think there's something kind of equivalent for PvEers that they can do, that you can do with like world content or something, but like PvPers, there's nothing tied to it. And you just get sockets a different way now, which is nice. Biggest of dubs. I gotta get my Warlock going next in honor of Contagion. After I'm done with this honor grind for a few days. At least I have something to do now besides just level. Sepsis is really good. It does double the damage a Shadow Strike would do. And sometimes it just gives you free extra teleports for no reason on Shadow Strike. And it's an extra stack of Macabre. And it makes your Shadow Strike hit harder because it counts as you being in like real stealth because of the teleport. It's a really good button to press. Compared to Inevitability, which does nothing, and Perforated, which is too clunky and also useless. Ellie is really good. It's the second best caster in the game. Mage is probably the best on Frost. Frost Mage, Ellie, then Marksman are the best range. Best melee are Fury, then Unholy, DK, and then Feral. And then best healers are Dragon by a million miles, then Disc, then our Druid or our Shaman. But I'd say SP and Affliction aren't bad, but they're like more counterable. Like they're probably like low S, but they do good damage, but they're not as auto win as like Ellie and Frost. This script. Can't believe this guy's playing Sepsis. Oh, that Rupture's not gonna kill him. I'm gonna try to make a guide soon, but next couple days. I'm working on it. I would just watch the last month of me playing the beta. I have a lot of shuffles in there. In my VODs. I like the bite spec. I'm playing Sepsis. I also had a flag build, but Deathstalker is by far better for PvP, but it's also a little bugged right now compared to what it was on beta. Your stacks reset a lot randomly sometimes, which can kind of screw you over. So PvEers are playing Trickster, but Trickster is really bad for PvP because it AoE breaks CC a bunch with Nimble Flurry, and then on top of that, coup de grace CCs yourself, so like it makes you gap your stuns. Last place even in a BG. I guess I'll do some comp stomps. I don't know. We'll see. If Flop's ditching or not, we'll see. I want some actual gameplay though, not just a 5-cap win in the opener. It's weird that you can't queue comp stomp as a group. I guess people would be too efficient with it. I have the talent build command if you just do talents. How am I missing 5%? Oh, this guy wants a rematch. Shed bandages. Oh, I don't have duel. That's awkward. Dance early just for the healing. Oh, so close. I'd van in like 2 seconds. Oh, that would have reset my Crimson Vial. That would have been fine and he would have died. Flop left, so I guess I'm just gonna Q comp stomp. I'm sorry, guys. I'll do normal BGs in a couple wins. I just want to get some quick gear, so I'm not under geared in the BGs. And then I'll do all the BGs probably on my rogue for the most part. Because then I can just move it all over to my other characters. I'd only like a 20% penalty. And I don't have to like keep logging over and playing under geared. Asa is really viable, yeah. Sadly. Glaz is doing crazy damage on it. I don't think it's like Fury Warrior DK level broken, but there's a very likelihood that you could nerf sub by 5% and Asa might end up on top. Even though it's 1/10 the effort. And I just don't enjoy it playing Asa. I'd rather just play a different class than play it. So that's why I'm getting a bunch of ults ready, because I know they'll nerf sub. People are already pre-complaining about a buff that's probably not even a buff. And just them like catching retail up to the beta. I think everyone has drops like baseline. I forget what the other pet is though, like the gifting a sub one. Oh, I see it. Trying to edit the commands. Chatbot. Kinda cool, the owl thing. Yeah, Radiance. Sorry, I didn't see. I was trying to fix the chatbot for the drops. Max level campaign required? I don't believe so. I've just been doing it. Because might as well. In between queues or something. You never know if it gives you a transmog or something or amount, you know. Nothing else to do in between queues, you know. I just like to multitask. Yeah, the leveling up campaign is, if you tunnel it, you're done at like 76. I would recommend doing dungeons until like 73 and then doing the campaign. Because your character is exponentially more powerful at level 70 to 73. And then you fall off really hard. Especially with sub rogue, because then like you get to make use of your gear one-shotting the bosses till you have Darkest Night going down the middle. And then that'll make questing way less miserable, where you just evis crit, get another proc, kill the next mob, and you're just evis critting one-shotting every mob, you know? But yeah, you're doing like 600k plus like DPS, just like one-shotting bosses 70 to 73 practically. And dungeons will be a little slower if you're not really low level, but... And if you just tunnel the campaign, no dungeons, no side quests, you'll be about level 76 when you finish. And then you just do dungeons or world quests or side quests to finish the rest of the way. But if you just dungeon to 73 and then campaign, you're basically done. And the dungeons will be probably quicker 70 to 73 than they are 76 to 80. Might be like an hour of dungeons instead of like 2.5 hours of dungeons. But yeah, side quests aren't really worth it unless you're like doing a specific quest chain for like transmog or a toy or something, because side quests give way less XP than campaign. Ethereal Cloak or bait and switch? If you're lazy, bait and switch. Because it's going to be value versus melee and value versus casters. Like 8-second cloak doesn't do that much for you 1v1ing most melee in the game, right? Now you can cheese and play way more aggro with long cloak for sure. Fatebound best for Asa? I'm not sure on Asa, to be honest. I see more Deathstalker Asa. I'm not sure. What was Waz playing? I know everyone was saying he was doing crazy damage on Asa. I don't know. I haven't been following Asa that much. I've watched a couple people do crazy damage on it, and I just don't enjoy it. It's boring. I don't consider it to be playing Rogue. I want to run around and tab dot people. I'll play Feral, and I'll get to do that while having more fun burst and more fun CC. Or just playing a caster that tab dots anyway. And we got Total Luck. The resub as well, 20 months in a row. Thank you so much, man. What is that, 14 for the day? We got Barry in here. How bad's the kidney nerf? It's pretty annoying for Asa. Outlaw and sub, you don't feel it as much. It's good. It's pretty similar to Dragonflight. It's just your CC is a little worse, and your damage is a little better. But your rotation is also a little clunkier, because you have to like kind of tunnel your marks more and stuff. I've experimented around a little bit with the Kyrian Trickster build and a Cold Blood Coup de Grace build and some like Flag T builds and some Trickster T builds and Trickster Kyrian. Like we tried like 30 different builds over the beta. This is by far the consistent way to play. Pretty similar to the Dragonflight build. Just do good Rupture Pad, do good Micro CC. You don't really need some Palomore cast sequence macro Houghton cheese mode. It's not worth it. Anyone with a pulse will just shut you down, and it'll be way more tilting, where it'll just feel like you didn't do something, but the other team didn't. You know, where it's just like, oh, I didn't one-shot this guy because I did a cool outplay. I one-shot this guy because he just mentally went AFK. And it always feels like it's not really on you, it's on the enemy to fail rather than you to do well. If you play like the clunky cheese things. Double Rupture break blinds? No. What breaks blind is singular focus if you have Deathstalker mark on the healer. Or like whoever you're CCing. Like if you basically try to CC someone who has Deathstalker mark and then you go someone else, your Ruptures are gonna like go to your Deathstalker mark and break them up. So you have to like Shadow Strike someone else to like move your stacks. As opposed to Trickster, where you just passively break everything the entire game. some more BGs with Hansel on them, I guess, instead of Comp Stomp. I have to go get the Merc buff, I guess. Apparently horde queues are 2 minutes versus 10 minutes. I bought like a weapon and an unused trinket. We're working on it. Where is that at? There. I have to do that every hour. That's weird. But the buff would last longer. Yeah, it's still verse mastery. As of right now, the only like okay embellishment I think is the Versa over 90. I don't know if there's gonna be like another Infurious Boots type situation or not. I'm dead. As soon as I got stunned, yeah, I have like no Versa. It's 3 Fury Warriors. That's pretty good. I got destroyed in that team fight. I got Dent Gift in 2. Thank you so much, man. Enjoy the pet, man. Putting this at 16 for the day already. Fatal Intent, yeah, it does like 100k damage, not even in like a really long game. It's like 0.2% of your dam. It does nothing. God, we're getting stomped. Or are we Horde? Oh, we're Horde. Never mind, we're stomping them. Okay. I saw us lose mid, and then because their whole team went mid. And I thought we were just losing the BG. I forgot we were Horde. I'm ninja in this for the 5 cap. Oh, it actually changes your racial when you're playing. That's good to know. It's like, why did my human disappear off my bar? Get this crit. God, I feel so squishy in BGs. Stats for Outlaw, it's still verse. I don't, and I think crit. Because with Fate Bound, you have this, like, damage reduction based on how much crit thing you have. So, yeah. I think it's still, like, crit and Versa. And Asa and Sub are still verse mastery. God damn, they just have more Furies than we do, I don't know. Yeah, you can buy a PvP gear now. I didn't know if the Honor gear was going to come out today, but it is. I wonder what happens if I, like, clicked my mercenary buff off mid BG. Would it kick me out? Or if it, like, ran out mid BG? Not gonna try it though. The tooltip's always been bugged. But it's not 40. You can just do the math on how much it actually does. It's definitely more than 5 though, I don't know. It's been weird since, like, Shadowlands almost. and Dragonflight. Same with like Warlock Stamina and most of the classes that just get way more health for no reason. Breaking this guy's blind. We got Benzom's also gifting 2 for the pet. Hell yeah. Thank you for the 2. I'm gonna set 18 for the day. My damage is some trash in this BG. I wonder if I could, like, try to dual ninja cap the flag. I've never actually tried to do this. Oh, I can't zap the guy? I don't know how the guy was in combat. Like, frame 1 got combat on my duel. We're losing now. Tried to meld that, but I'm undead randomly because of mercenary mode. Feels bad. Mastery crit haste for what? Mastery Versa, and then crit haste for sub and Essa. And then Outlaw, it's like Versa crit or crit verse, even. Now we're playing on Horde. Oh yeah, if you lose, you don't get shit, yeah. Just do Calm Stomp. Until you have full gear. And then you can do BGs for fun to get honor for your ults. And just play the full geared and then just transfer the honor to your ult. I'm just doing full BGs because I have all week to get it done. and it's just better content. But if I'm like solo queuing, I'll probably comp stomp just because it's less of a waste of time. But yeah, you just go to your honor, you click here, and you transfer it. It's 20% penalty, and you can just send it to other characters. I think Ghostly Strike is too good. Green Skin's really clunky, especially when you want to do multiple between the eyes in a row. It just doesn't have that much synergy with Crackshot. Ghostly is just so nice because it's off global. And it's just a modifier for everything, including the killing spree and all that. But I'm not that into Outlaw. It's too RNG right now. First rotation, spam eviscerates with blades, and preferably line up finality with the Darkest Night. And maybe try to make Secret Tech the last finisher of the stacks, so the delayed damage hits with the eviscerate. But those are just like optimal pads. Just run around, rupture pad, do good micro CC. Spam cheap shot and eviscerate. You have to be flexible. It's not like a cast sequence macro. Okay, we got Rupture up. He blinds our Rupture off. Got Disperse. We're just not doing anything because he dispersed. Big Eviscerate. Also, don't always be terrified about doing a 5-point finisher just to like get your stacks down. It only counts as a stack if it's like more than 5, and Kidney also doesn't count. It's only damaging finishers like Rupture and Abyss and Secret Tech that progress your stacks. I don't know why Kidney doesn't count. It should. It'd make opening with a little less clunky, because it's already like terrible enough that you can't open with Sheep Shot, because you're just overlapping pre-med with having to Shadow Strike at full points. You used to be able to like pre-finisher and it would like still count, and you would be able to do like Cheap Shot, Rupture, Strike, and you would just go straight to 2 stacks instead of 3, but they already nerfed that. But yeah, it's hard to get all your stacks down, even with Blades in like a Cheap Shot go opening first. So you kind of have to open first, get a stack going. Do an Abyss, do a Secret. Now I have a Finality Abyss crit ready, but I just get peeled. It's one before. But like that's kind of how an opener would look usually. But you don't have to do Strike Rupture. You could do like Strike Kidney into Strike Dance Rupture. Because then Strike and the first Dance fill up your combo points and give you a second pre-med. I can. I just figured this is better content for you guys. I have all week. I have 2.5 weeks to get it done. Wouldn't I rather just have fun? Where's the rings at? Oh, I rebuffed my flask. There we go. This crit. I guess I should cap the cart because no one else will. It's 1v1, he doesn't need help. Okay. So I'd want to swap here because he has karma, but I also want to finish my stacks. So I'm just gonna... Oh, he's gonna kill him anyway. Him dying still gives me the buff, so... Build to just not die. Should not have blade still that guy, but it's fine. I'm only getting deep wind. F. I mean, you could just do comp stomp until you have gear, I guess. Enchants are really expensive right now, yeah. I wouldn't bother. It's just scalpers. And it's not like you're enchanting like Bisque gear. Prices will go down before the season even comes out. Apparently, like, ring enchants are like 100k right now. You don't need a point, 2% competitive advantage in a random unranked battleground with low stakes. Locked it, triple my dam. I felt like I was pumping. Yeah, there's no verse mastery shoulders, huh? That was kind of cool. Maybe I'll buy Elgari shoulders just for verse mastery. If it's not like over 20k gold. I think it is though. I think it's like 40. It's not the worst. I'm doing it. It's a waste, but I have plenty of gold. I just want verse mastery. 'Cause I'm a sucker. Oh, you can buy cheaper ones. Same amount of level PP. Oops. That was just the first verse mastery one I saw. There isn't a new tiered medallion setting, right? And then we have OG with the first, you know, with the resub. Thank you so much, man. How much is it visiting for? I mean, I'm not really geared right now. On beta, like full gear out of like 7 mil, it was usually like 900k. I saw a couple like 1.5 mil, like weapon enchant, cloth with like no Versa and like maybe a teammate buffing me also kind of thing. But usually like a normal big Darkest Night of Iskrit is like 900k on plate. Thank you so much, OG. Putting us at 19 for the day. Clay Lyman. So happy I can actually just do PGs instead of leveling. I mean, I still have a couple more characters I want to level, but maybe I'll level off stream. Because now I can just keep transferring honor after I'm done gearing to every ult. Get a healer for next game? It's not my group, it's JBZ and Hansel's group. I think we already got a healer though. Big Abyss crit with T and everything. 860 crit. Yeah, still mastery prio, yeah. I mean, I intend on multi-class spin the wheel peekaboo moding like a bunch of specs. I want to play Rogue, I want to play Fury, I want to play Feral, I want to play Frost. I want to play some Warlock. Maybe some Disc and SP. I'm most excited to play some Feral, but I hope Fury gets gutted. BG's like a 9v10 because our Feral Druid's missing. I don't know how we're losing this though. So I'm like 1v5 at Lighthouse. And they can't like win mines at all. It's weird. I'm just using Season 9 Elite with this little Eternal Valentine's Rose thing in Season 7 Tabard. And a random quest belt. And a Dragonflight, like dagger on the back thing. Yeah, I have a talent command. The other person in our group left too. I accidentally auto-run typing. What's the other note anyway? Servers went down, that makes sense. Honor Gear is out, Cody, yeah. I wasn't sure if it was coming out until the season started, but it is out. I bought a couple pieces already. I could just be grinding Comp Stomp right now because it's insta queues and you auto win 5 cap every single game. It's the more efficient way to play, but I figured, you know, I got 2.5 weeks to do it, and people don't really want to watch me fight AI. That's not really PvP. So I figured I would just chill, do some random BGs. And yeah. What's nice also is once you fully gear your main, you can gear all your ults out too while still playing your main. Because you could just go to your honor and click transfer, and then you could just send ults to your other characters at like only a 20% penalty. Normal release is already out. Normal release was 2 hours ago. You have to go talk to an NPC in Orbos or Stormwind, like buy the PvP stuff for a mercenary mode. And then you get an hour-long buff that lets you Q horde. And then you get 2-minute BG queues instead of like 10 minutes. I don't know if, can you enlisted bonus Comp Stomp? Oh, never mind. I know what you're saying. I thought you meant like you could mercenary mode to get enlistment bonus for the Comp Stomp. I was like, that's crazy. But yeah, the point is I'm planning to stream every day, so Comp Stomp's boring. But eventually I'll play some Comp Stomp once I'm like not in a pre-made. Even if this is worst honor per hour, it's just something to actually kind of turn my brain on for when I've been leveling. The main thing though is that you probably should abuse Comp Stomp because it ends today. This is the last day for Comp Stomp. So regardless of having pre-mates, I should just be abusing Comp Stomp right now, even though it's lame. It's just boring to just 5-cap AI over and over again. I don't know why it's even allowed. Like, I'm all for having like a more tutorial experience for people to learn PvP. Like if they made like an actual proving grounds of PvP where it like just taught you how to interrupt and CC and stuff like that. Like it'd be cool to have like a base key mindset that like that taught people how to switch focus and stuff like that. But yeah, Comp Stomp is not really a brawl. I don't think it's fun though. Unless you're like turbo anxiety casual, never wanting to interact with another player. Just there, you know, to spam 5 cap every single game and, you know, 99.99% win rate somehow. Maybe lose one game per like 5 expansions because your team is like more bots than the actual enemy bots. But you're under geared bots. But I don't think it's like possible to lose Comp Stomp, even trying. So that kind of takes away the fun from it. Yeah, that would be fun. To just still have like an unranked preseason, even at max level. I think the real blunder though is just that for leveling to be this quick, there should not be 2 weeks of downtime before the raid. I guess the only logic is just world first raiders need to have maxed out renown or some bullshit. But yeah. Yeah, we had a bunch of people DC that BG. This works like a BG's. It's not great. It's good in arena, but yeah, you don't play Rook for damage. Yeah, you just keep mailing honor from your main to your ults though. Worst case, like you have your main done, you have like an alt done, and then one day of playing real arena, you finish all the other characters' honor. Even if you don't finish. Like it's really easy to just send honor from one character to another character at a barely any penalty. And it's not like you don't get a good honor from doing arena. Like once the actual season and game starts, you know. Campaign mandatory? The level 80 campaign, no. The leveling campaign, yeah, you have to do it at least once. In order to be able to do a lot of world quests and a bunch of other types of content. And like that one is like, it's faster than even doing anything else for leveling. And even if you tunnel the main campaign for leveling with no side content, it doesn't even get you max level. You stop at like 76. So I would grind dungeons till like 73, then do the campaign. Because your character is way more OP level 70 to 73. Like you borderline solo dungeons at level 70. Even as a DPS. There's a NPC to do cross-faction BG. Daily, thank you so much for the resub. Yeah, everyone's having server issues. Don't log out or DC. We had a bunch of people DC that we were doing battlegrounds with, and they can't get back on. So the early access launched good, but yeah. Oh, one person's back already, I think. But yeah, there's some server issues going on right now. Can you queue with Alliance if your Horde have the buff? I believe so. I mean, you already could cross-faction queue for Arena and for, you know, PvE stuff, but maybe this isn't enough, I'm not sure. If everyone in the group is, like, set to the same faction, maybe. I just don't know if you could even get the buff if your faction isn't, like, the dominant one. Like, I don't know if it's possible to Horde to Alliance. It might only be possible to Alliance to Horde. I'm not sure, though. I don't fully understand Merc mode because I don't really do that much unranked content. Should I win in my Pyramid Horde? I don't think so, but Void Elf, Night Elf, Night Elf, Night Elf. Yeah, no. There's cheaper ones? I don't think so. My verse mastery at. Well, these have pure mastery. I like that. Is there NG? They're like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm doing it. These are technically better than honor gear. That's why I'm willing to waste the gold. I have more gold on other characters and in my Warbound bank anyway. I just want yeah, there's a flash to increase honor. I just want as much verse mastery as I can get. Because the honor gear doesn't have verse mastery for bracers or boots or shoulders. Yeah, that helped a lot. I'm not just gonna like skip the honor grind on other pieces, right? Because it's just pieces that I can't get verse mastery otherwise. I might as well until I can get like the world PvP gear. Yeah, right now we're waiting on one of the people that DC'd to log back in still for a second. Where's the mercenary guy in Stormwind? That's the turn off EXP guy. I'll just go to the one in Orbos. Yeah, honor vendors are up, yeah. I did, yeah. It was like 45k though. It was pricey. Get them out, yeah. I'm not gonna gank any launchies. That feels bad. You can buy sockets, kind of. Or at least you, like, buy the currents. Or no, I think you still can buy the socket, yeah. You just turn in, like, 2 of those blood gems and, like, a bunch of, like, honor with it. They're really expensive to get, though. So, yeah. Doing enough BGs to gear, like, the 6 characters or more that I want to play. Even transfer my honor back around and getting sockets. Gonna be pretty pricey. I'm not gonna try to like drive myself insane and get a billion sockets on like every ult. Like that'll just be something I grind like, getting in arena. Are we still not in queue? Now he finally tries to queue after I die. Like he waited like 2 minutes to start trying to queue. What they're visiting for on Deathstalker? Depends on if they're like cloth or plate. On beta, like a stars aligned on like a plate wear with like out weapon enchant and everything was like 900k. And then like the peak weapon enchant everything on clothy with no Versa was like 1.5 mil. But it was really rare. Like sometimes like a normal clothy wearing Versa could maybe get a 1.2 mil, but 1.5 mil shadow bolts. I'm not sure. Numbers seem a little wonky right now. People are hitting way harder with no gear right now than they are at full gear on the beta.
Wicked.
That was a 420 Darkest Night, but because he's plate. And I think he had Enrager Gen up too. But kind of dumb of me to just leave the node for them to retake it, but when it's the only node we have. Sometimes you just gotta go and have fun. Gonna ninja this. No one's paying attention. What can you say? Hands off the keyboard, nothing they could do. Still getting 5 capped on though. Like a Vis crit. Sad is the players in this random BG are probably worse than the bots in Comp Stomp. The fact that I can literally just click on the flag and just watch 10 people ignore me. Comp Stompers would stop me, I don't know. Yeah, the problem with Deathstalker though is it bugs out a lot right now. On the beta it didn't bug out this much. But your stacks just randomly reset half the time. And then Trickster is always terrible too because you CC yourself with coup de grace. So that makes you gap your stuns. Right there, my stacks reset again on Shadow Strike for no reason. What do you mean if you're bad? I don't know what you're asking. Generally, Deathstalker is just smoother gameplay. Now, Trickster can do some crazy buff if some damage if you drop 7 combo points and you like cold blood the coup de grace, but it's just way too clunky. Pretty worse than 5 times my damn. I mean, I guess I've just been ninjaing nodes the whole BG, but make him come out of the block to stop me capping so he heals less. Targeting Nova. I don't think this guy's playing Snowdrift. Leave and just let them recap the base because we need to go for the 5 cap for no reason. How's work feeling? It's okay. In like max level full gear shuffles, they did really well. It's not top 3 melee, but it's like top 4 or 5. Free Warrior is the best by far. Then Unholy DK, then Feral. Then top 3 ranged is Frost Mage, then Ellie Shaman, then Marksman Hunter. Marksman's actually really good. Warriors beat everything in the game but mages, and then mages beat everything in the game but hunters. So if you want like a really good comp, play Warrior Hunter. KFC will be insane. Or Thunder, Warrior Ellie. Or RMP, obviously, but subject to change. But going off of the beta, there are comps that normally have good synergy with each other with multiple S tier classes in them. Hunter Death Knight would probably be decent too. Jungle will be insane. Mages will do really well with FMP and RMP and God Comp. Maybe even Mage Lock. I think Shadow Play will be decent. But most Shadow Priests will probably play God Comp just because it helps them deal with Warriors, because Warrior always counters SP. Oh, 100%, yeah. Like on beta, I can duel like an 1800 Warrior and Shadow Step his Heroic Leap twice, meld his Stormbolt twice, and it'll still be close. Even with them doing like 0 correct globals the entire game. They just do triple your damage and they're twice as tanky. Fury is just God mode. On beta, it was like 900k to 1.5 mil with every modifier. Cloth to plate. Usually like a Stars Align Darkest Night crit with like Finality and Weapon Enchant, maybe even putting it as a DFA, even though I don't normally play DFA. Even no bargain, even with Weapon Enchant, it's usually like peaked at 1.2 mil. The biggest Stars Align Divisas are usually less than a non-crit Feral Bite. Then we got Quip, gifted 5. Thank you so much, man. 25 for the day. Thank you so much, man. Of course. Blind him when he leaps. Get to chase me down. They hate my ass, man. I'm just getting chased by an Arcane Mage Warrior and SP for like half the map. Even though they're losing. Get this guy's block or trinket real quick. If it doesn't stand 10 feet away from the flag. Like if this crit into his altar, just trying to make him cancel it sooner. Okay, he's playing Snowdrift. When you have to ambush opener, yeah. I think we lose soon if we don't like cap this now. It'll take too long for the base to roll over. I think that's GG. Actually, we already ninja'd a base. Nice. Right, I don't have DBM to track the timer, but if this rolls over for like at least one tick, it might even be a tie. That's good that they got blacksmith. Like last frame. I haven't done a guide yet. I'm trying to work on one, but yeah, SP is decent, but it gets countered by warriors. I don't know if this base is gonna roll over in time. Maybe it's probably gonna be a tie. Nope, it rolled over. Nice, we actually win by like 1 point. Oh, they're pissed. Calculated. Don't need any DBM timers here. Sort by basis assaulted. That makes up for my piss damage. Yeah, the servers are having some issues right now. Yeah, that was way too close. Huh? Just bugged. Wow, hitting it. Not sure what's taking people so long to log back from all the DCs, but because we're not in queue. I did not know I'm muted. My bad. That makes more sense. I forgot I had to talk to my girlfriend for a couple minutes earlier, and then I forgot to unmute. I would say yes, because people are gonna waste your DRs and stuff. That's a long answer. Even at the highest levels, you're not gonna like convince a priest outside of like one or two of the good ones in the world. Like you can be literally number one in your region, and you're gonna get griefed every lobby. Everyone's gonna waste your DRs, break all your CC, permadot the healer so you can't gouge. Shuffle is just a Fiesta PvE bracket, and you're gonna generally be last place on dam unless you like win in the opener. That being said, there's a couple people that could just do good goes on CD, and like even if they're last place on damage, they can cheese out a win with good duels and good blinds and stuff. But it's not something you could just run in and like Fury Warrior, Ellie Shaman, DK, turn your brain off, spin the wheel of, you know, what PV class do I want a PV on? Like you can't do that. It's gonna take way more effort. $980k Viscrit, huge damn. Another Viscrit from killing the totem. I'm just gonna die in this. I just don't have Imorph on right now at all. I don't even know if it's updated yet. Early expansions are going to get patched too frequently to like have to constantly reinstall Imorph. So when the game's dead and not much is going on, that you when you go months without a hot fix or anything, that's when Imorph is great. No, I'm playing human. It's just I'm queuing BGs as Horde, so it forces me undead. Yeah, you're smoking the good shit for sure. Because an Alliance BG queue is like 10 minutes, and a Horde one is like instant to 2 minutes. I don't even know what killed me there. I just Shadow Bolt for 900k, Shadow Bolt for 900k. Can I get High Warlord from RBG solo queue? I'm not sure. I don't think so. There's like a new rank 1 title for Blitz, but I forget what it stands for. It's not Legend, it's not Gladiator, it's forget what the Blitz title is. Is it like Champion or something? I forget what it is. Oh, you do get the RBG titles too? That's good to know. I wasn't sure. I think Rogue is really good. It's just you need like actual ranked gameplay with teammates that have their keyboards plugged in, and you need to have best in select gear. It scales with gear really hard. But you do have to put in exponentially more effort than anyone else. It's not a run in and just auto win spec like DK and LE and Warrior and all the PV specs, which is like 90% of the game. Yeah, strategist. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Forge Warlord, yeah. It's kind of cool. I think Forged Legend is cooler. That's the only one that makes sense. Like, Forged Gladiator doesn't really make sense. I don't know, Forged is a weird fucking adjective. I mean, how many more expansions of adjectives do they have left? The fact that they had to start doing colors with, like, verdant and stuff was already bad enough. We're actually gonna unironically get Xylophone Gladiator Zaryu in the next 3 expansions. It's gonna be a music-themed raid tier. How are we losing this, man? Got the crit buff from killing the totem with Shadow Strike. Dying 1 lasso. I think so. I just hide the buff with better Blizz frames. So I hide a lot of buffs. Actually, I don't hide enlistment bonus. Maybe I don't get it then. Yeah, this feels very different than the beta. Like, people are way burstier. Even without gear. I can't tell if that's just because stamina scaling, because we're all missing, like, 2 to 4 million health, even with the scaling to 600. Haunt never, like, did that much damage. It did some crazy damage, but not that crazy. I don't think they were just spamming 1 million Shadow Bolts either. And I'm hitting about as hard as I do on Eviscerate on non-plate as I would at full gear, too. Feels really weird. I feel like the scaling's not right. And what other kind of metal ones would they have? Because they already did Obsidian, right? I don't know what the... I mean, like, at max on beta, the best was the Radiant Authority or whatever. But... I mean, even ring enchants are like 100k right now, so I wouldn't bother enchanting honor gear. I could see reinforced and plundered. Platinum sounds kind of cool. I don't mind that actually. Even though everyone's just gonna make like JoJo character names or some shit. I was more within looking for PvP. I mean, there's a lot of quality of life. There's not really anything PvE you have to do. You can literally level in a couple hours, not even. And there's no more weekly vault. So it's much easier to maintain your character. It's just like you use your higher conquest cap and you just buy conquest gear. If you were like really anti CC nerfs of Dragonflight, it's pretty similar to Dragonflight. Just your rotations are a little different. Because the hero talents make things a little clunkier, and there's even more random pets all over the screen too. At least there's solo queue, I guess, too. I'm still really interested to play the end of Kata Season 1 and the rest of Kata too, but I'll go back and forth and play both just for variety, you know, every once in a while. I still prefer the old class design a lot better than the whole Mythic Plus, everyone has the Diablo AoE all the time, but got any room? That's not my group, and it's full, I'm sorry. I'll try to make my own group later, though. If not tomorrow. Because I gotta grind enough honor for, like, 20 characters, you know? And maybe even get the sockets. What do you mean BSAP? I'm guessing you mean backstab? You just typoed, or... Oh, actually, we are 4 out of 5. Yeah, I have backstab bound to alt 1 now. I used to just have a macro that went Shadow Strike and backstab, but there's no macro to fix bar lag anymore. I just almost never press backstab. Like fan of knives and stuff and Shadow Strike and Abysses and cheap shots are almost always better buttons. It hurts my wrist to spam alt 1 if I do have to press it more than once, but it's very rare that you ever backstab. We got Safi gifting too. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Thank you for getting the pet. Appreciate it. Putting me at 27 for the day. Hell yeah. Are we fighting Ven and MVQ? Okay. I try carrying this BG just for fun. Put it up. MVQ's their tank because he has 9 million health. So my goal is just to CC him as much as possible. The longer it takes him to go get the map as an FC, is the better it is for us. I think MVQ respawned. I need to die so I can get a re-stealth. Otherwise he's gonna cross the map. RMBQ, typing his name out. Okay, yeah, he's in the flag room. So I want to triple sap him still. Just so everyone has time to get to him. Also, the longer I stall him, the better it is for my team's awareness. Because I think it's like 90 seconds until FCs show up on the map. I'm going to ping on the minimap. Bridge. Down mid. Stalling as long as I can. I need to Shadow Strike to get my stack started. Shiv him for the slow when I can. Just spam jumping down mid. We probably lose this because it's an FC map and they have a tank and we don't. So eventually he will just cross the map unless I solo him. But I don't think I could duel him with the flag. That's why it's good to like try to duel him before he gets the flag. So I'm not playing smoke bomb. Pick a Vis crit. Just flies in the air. Duel this guy just for CC and to live. Nice, I get him. Tried to click that, but it couldn't. MVQ respawned, I need to get to him. I'm just gonna die so I can get back to him faster. I need a 5.4 mil, max level. And some of the gear scales up in PvP. So we're 609 in PvP right now, instead of 561. Full gear, we're like close to 7 mil. We're like 6.3, and then like Warlocks and Outlaw Rogues are at like 8. And then like Bear Form and like Battlemaster Trinkets and stuff, you can get to like 10. Here's MVQ. Whatever I can do to stall as long as possible since he's playing a tank. Getting figured off this. At least he's very separated from his healer. It's a shame I can't duel him with the flag, because I would actually be able to kill him in a duel right here. He's probably going to go the water way, so it's kind of risky that I'm chasing this way. Actually, he jumped up. %, someone can definitely get him. I kind of isolated him from all the healers with that sap. Nice. I should go into diminish. Where is diminish? Did it break again? Oh no, I'm just using the non-correct version. I don't have the fixed by JSON one anymore or whatever. That's why it doesn't work. Retail. So I accidentally installed it with the WAG.io thing instead of CurseForge. The working version's not on there. Alright, so delete, diminish. Oh, I guess I shouldn't have tried to reload UI. No, we're chilling. Sketchy. I shouldn't be messing with my UI stuff because I'm not stalling long enough. Like a Vis crit. Might lose here. Because he's crossed the map and he's a tank and our DH isn't a tank. So if ours just randomly explodes, he's already across the map with his pocket healers. I shouldn't be trying to kill him right now because I should be grabbing the flag. In case my guy dies, which he's going to this global. Yeah, we lose. Oh nice, someone else grabbed it before. Whoever gets the last cap wins, so. I'll duel to cancel the emerald. I don't know if hitting the DH is better, but... Land a kick. Do a stun. And he gets the cap. We lose. That sucks. I shouldn't have tried to kill him. Even though I had an Abyss crit and he was at like 40%. It was just because I fucked with my UI instead of like sapping him 20 times. Because he got to cross the map. Only way we get back in this is if my monk gets a speed cap while I triple sap MVQ resing into a stun lock, into a blind another sap. I need to not let him play at all. Mage gets me out though. That's GG. He's gonna get the flag and cross the entire map in like one global, because he's a tank. And we don't have a tank. That's why FC maps are terrible and shouldn't be in Blitz. But I guess every time you get an FC map there's two tanks, but tanks just should not be in like real games. Kind of ruins the weight of the impact per person when certain rules are just worth what multiple people are. Same with like no dampening healers. When one healer can just tank multiple DPS easily. We actually won that, that's crazy. My boy Paymon's on the enemy team and he was whispering me shit talking. and as soon as he started shit talking, we randomly won. Like frame perfect. He's like shit talking and then immediately we get the cap. It's just like banter though. It's like I was just You know, not bragging until we actually won, and then we cap, and he just goes fuck. Generally, you just as soon as you get the first cap, you turtle, and you auto win 99% of the time. I mean, I might have talked too soon because. You can easily cross the map right now. Yeah, I think we actually still lose. Like a Viscrat, maybe not. Oh, we still win. Talent import. It's in the talent command. Do exclamation point talents. Do the belt actually. The belt has verse mastery. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, we just need I guess cape and legs and offhand. The real Hansel it is, yeah. And we were fighting the real MVQ and the real Venruki, and yeah, it was a pre-made versus pre-made. That's why it was so sweaty. Oh, I need to. I gotta get my horde buff. What they call the twos rank ones? There is no title for twos. Twos is just the for cap bracket. They did have one? I have no idea. I just don't think twos should ever have titles. I can't even think of an extra adjective for it. It does, yeah. 2 seconds off. Works for me, I think. Maybe try on or removed instead of on applied. I don't know why the default is not with that checked, but because that might affect it if people trinket or like blink out of something. That wouldn't help it not be early. That would anything, if anything, make it less late. So I don't know. I haven't had issues with it being early though. I have my import for Better Blizz on my Discord. Play 10 frames. We got Turkle gift and 2 for the pet. Oh wait, no, it's 1 gift and 1 sub. Okay, never mind. I thought I read that as 2 gifted. My bad. Either way, still 2 subs. I don't know if that counts with the pet. I think it might have to be 2 gifted. I'm not sure though. I hope that works though. If that's what you were going for with 2. Dumb that it doesn't like track your own sub or prime or something. If that is the case. I just forget how it was with the Ichabod pet or whatever at the start of Dragonflight. Subarasa, they both work. I don't enjoy playing Asa though. I'd rather just play different classes than play Asa. I think sub could still be S tier, yeah. The target option is 1 second. Target option for what? Oh, wait. I just don't know what you're trying to do with target. Build our crit buff. Just crit. Grid vendor. Get the weak aura. Actually, it doesn't even show it. I'll pull up the map in a second. In the city. Oh, I can't even make it pull it up. There you go. It's like at the bottom over here. Did another of his crit from killing this guy for 8. Combo points are on the target frame. So setting in better Blizz frames. It's the old school combo point layout before Shadowlands, I want to say, is when that changed. I don't really like the combo points under the player frame, but I almost never look at combo points anyway. You kind of should just know based on how many globals you've pressed. Deathstalker is generally better all of the beta. Trickster is just clunky, you end up CCing yourself on coup de grace. Right now the problem with Deathstalker is it's super buggy, way more than it was on beta. Your stacks reset randomly a lot, which sucks, but Maybe they'll fix it, Copium. But yeah, Trickster is really clunky. You end up CCing yourself too much, and it makes you stun gap. And then Nimble Flurry also just AoE breaks CC all the time. Nonstop is way better on her. I'm just doing this to not be mentally numb. Because Calm Stomp gets really boring. But today is the last day of Calm Stomp, so probably should take advantage of it while you can. I probably like Kata class design better still. But I just gotta play when I can play, because people are kind of just waiting for the end of the season. And Firelands is like way later than I thought it would be. For Kata to last 1 year, we should already be in Firelands. I don't know how the roadmap has it for October. So there's like another month till the end of the season for season 1. Whenever I play Kata, I just don't. I have like 5 people I like playing with. They're never on, or they're already playing. And then there's like a 2 hour window for prime time, and even then I just fight the same team 7 times in a row, sniping me with a counter comp, and that's it. So at the end of the day, I'm just gonna wait till the last 2 weeks of the season, get rank 1, have fun, and then maybe gear the beginning of that season too, and play both, and just kind of alternate. Because I'm sure War Within will kind of already start pulling back already by then, by like mid-October. Just kind of playing whatever is like closer to a beginning or ending of a season, and just playing both, alternating. Playing Kata when I have like some late night good friends proc, and then playing retail for like solo queue and shit, or AWC, because retail generally gets multiple tournaments a year, and classic generally gets 1 tournament per expansion. So nah, I don't enjoy Mythic Plus. Yeah, I much prefer Kata class design. I don't really like the AoE pad micro CC metas, but which are just here to stay. The game's never gonna change from that unless they rework CC again and like kill triple DR or something, and like make DRs take longer to reset, but then give everyone 8 to 10 second CCs back. Kill the totem for the crit buff. That's actually gonna kill me. Oh, nice, it doesn't. Nice grip. God, everyone's just bubbled. Take a Vis crit. I didn't cap the nodes, that's really bad. We got Nitsa. Sorry, I didn't hear that for some reason. Let me replay it and make sure that the audio is even working. I don't know why I didn't hear that. I just zoned in. No, I just didn't hear the sound effect. Okay. I gotta play with that later then. Either way, thank you so much, man. Putting us at 30 for the day. Duel, so he can't vanish away. Get the big Abyss crit. Hitting him on his vanish because he doesn't know he can't vanish in duel. Another Abyss crit. Blind this guy's trinket. Item on dance. I just have no dance charges. So it's gonna be a slow kill and the other guy's gonna respawn. Abyss crit. Let me replay that again. Just to see if I have sound now. Okay, that worked. I think. Alright, I'm just testing this. I don't know how I broke it. Oh, I don't. Okay. Oh, is this the new BG? I've never gotten this one yet. I have no idea what the new BG is. Final replay just to hear. Still not doing sound. What the hell? I don't know how I broke it. I gotta play with that after stream then. We got a stealth. There's a few things that have far range. Sometimes it's warlocks pulling out the Charhound or whatever. Some of the DK pets do some weird shit too. Definitely 2 carts. Really, with the would make Gormaw's bite more viable? Are you asking what would make Gormaw's viable? Gormaw's terrible in every build, always. Nothing will make it good. Unless it does extremely attractive damage. But it's budgeted around the fact that it gives you the energy reduction. So, Finality would need to be a 1-point talent node. And it would need to do secret tech level damage and not give you the 3 free finishers instead. Or you just really wish they would. Yeah, I don't know. But maybe if none of the Covenant buttons existed. Like if there was no flag, no sepsis. Like if Gorma was where sepsis was on the tree, it'd be a more fun button to press. Because sepsis is just so buggy, but... I still don't really understand this new BG at all. I know he's got a flag or a cart or something. And we've been mostly having 2 carts. I mean, isn't that what I is though too? But it's just I with node instead of bases. So it's like a wannabe silver shard, but with a little bit of deep wind gorge. Like I would say more of it's a silver shard deep wind than I would say it's another combo, but still really weird. Restart Elgato for a second. It might mess up my microphone. I'll play around with it later. Just campaign to 76, then dungeons. Honestly, I would say dungeon to 73, then do campaign on your first character. And then alts, I just did pure dungeons. Not that huge of a lore nerd. I'm too ADD to pace myself, even though I know I have to wait 2.5 weeks. I should just, you know, enjoy it, but my brain is just like, gotta go fast. It's tied to Better Bliss frames, most of my UI. But yeah, we already leveled Rogue, Feral, Second Rogue, Warrior, and Mage. Yeah, you can get Honor Gear now. We're almost full Honor Gear already. And then we're just gonna farm Honor to transfer to our ults. And Honor for sockets too. I thought Honor Gear was one of the conquest season actually started, but now you actually can just grind it. Awkward that they got the flag. They're kind of making a comeback. Bitch crit on this guy. He zoom. That's such a value life cocoon. Still just dying though, I think. God, they hate me. Just trained me through like 2 life cocoons for like 10 million. Yeah, you can get socket, yeah. I don't know about enchants with honor, but yeah, you could socket. 70% mastery with the shaman buff. We like to see that. Kill the emerald so it doesn't heal his teammates. Abyss crit ready. I'll kidney this guy in 2. And do an Abyss crit. Back on, I'm gonna do the healer. Healer now. Oh, I shouldn't have Shadow Strike Priest. I moved my stacks over. Beat the big Abyss crit. The emerald. Getting ready to cheap shot this guy in like 1. Oh, he actually attacks me. That's rude. He correctly used steps as a step. Just think of it as an improved Shadow Strike that sometimes lets you bug Shadow Strike teleport during dance multiple times. But you just press it as an improved Shadow Strike during your combo. Usually try to pair it with blades, and it just does twice as much damage as a Shadow Strike would. And it's an extra stack of Macabre. Like, double Rupture. It does. Yeah, it should be like Shadow Strike, Kidney, Shadow Strike, Dance, Rupture, Shadow Strike, Abyss, Restuns, Sepsis, Secret, Restun, This with both Finality and Darkest Night. Something like this. Shadow Strike, Kidney, Shadow Strike, Dance Rupture, Shadow Strike. Normally you'd fit the Sepsis in, but... Or you can pre-rupture too. Yeah, that's the annoying one. Blades usually make Sepsis give you 6, and then pre-med, for whatever reason, doesn't work with Sepsis at all. When it's supposed to. It says any builder. But yeah, this one just... at least it doesn't, like, consume and waste the pre-med. It just won't interact with pre-med at all to press Sepsis. But yeah. It, like, halfway works with Blades. It just gives you 6 and not 7. Play Trickster this game for fun, though. Didn't get rotten. Oops. Normally I would play Rotten, obviously, so it crits. And just does more damage. It's a huge modifier to lose. Also, I don't normally take Leeching. Probably take Rush Setup instead. Not having T feels really bad most of the time. Let the warrior leave before I open. Just leaving, okay. But 1v2 now. This guy's just lagging away in the cheap shot. He's got the lag switch Call of Duty mode on. I'll try it when I actually have Rotten again. Kind of an interesting idea though on accident. Trickster rope share question mark. I wasn't playing flag either. I now do the Murlocs in a BG. Nice rude. I don't have a shaman to give me mastery. No. Rip. People have conquest here. Is V2, V3? Nah. You can't do arena until September 10th. So right now I'm just grinding account-wide honor to transfer to my ults. Because we finished honor grinding the main. Tap the other healer. 1.3 mil Kyrian. Not sure how I wasn't getting unseen procs. I'm just dead. They really love focusing my ass, man. It's crazy. Guess it's just weird because our healer is like running the flag. So we just lose every team fight. Feels like. If it gets the speed cap, it's fine. Hero talent broke the sap. One coup de grace into Big Kyrian. I had the most damage right here. I coup de grace bugged out because I got CC'd. I mean, I've just been on the play. Kata revamped everyone's playlist back for man. That's all I could say. It was a time of nostalgia overload for sure. But I change the playlist every few days. Sometimes I'm listening to rock and metal. Sometimes I'm listening to, you know, just chill music. Sometimes I'm listening to drum and bass. Never know. I don't know why he trapped the warlock. Big coup de grace for cold blood. Tried to cloak because I thought he was gonna lasso me. Get a re-insap the lock again. Shouldn't have trinketed that. I think we just lose. I blind in one. No, I can't kidney his trinket, man. I wish I had acrobatic strikes. If I had the range kidney, I would have been able to get there. I was like 1 yard from being out of range to do something to his trinket. Sucks. I love fighting a tank on an FC map. Yeah, the damage is pretty bad, but it's still S tier. You kind of need Bis gear to still be last place on damage generally in arena, but Unless the round is like 1 minute. Like if it's just like a you win in the opener, they didn't press any buttons. It's okay, but I'm also playing a different build right now than I normally do, but depends. I've been getting trained really hard too. I'm at 8 deaths. I mean, I guess most people are high deaths. As long as I just fuck their tank, because he's got DR blind into a sap. Another sap to a kidney. Still don't kill. Trying to make sure they don't get a handoff. Because if they get the flag over to their tank, it's kind of GG. Full blood, coup de grace. Full nuke. Into a big Kyrian. We're also just tab AoE killing their tank. Alright, we won just there. So we got the last cap. Last cap wins in a tie. So. Easy clap. Yeah, duels are a very different game though. Because that's just you avoided damage really well, right? It's not, oh, I Ellie Shaman DK padded twice as much, you know? I think sub is S tier and I think Asa is S tier. People are sleeping on Asa when everyone just likes to pre-cry about sub, but Waz is doing insane damage on Asa. The main annoying thing with Asa though is just you need a good healer. And most healers suck in Shuffle. And then on top of that, dragons are the most popular healer, and Bleed Dispel is super annoying. So you just never get to press Death Mark, ever. Yeah, I'm just saying at like the highest levels of Arena, you generally should not even be close to top damage if the game isn't over in 2 goes. Like if just someone greeds and doesn't press any buttons. Vicious Bloodstones are selling for 16k? I did not. I'm guessing because people want to save time grinding sockets or what? Because they cost what, 2,500? That's not bad. And we got PMK. How you doing, my guy? Right back at you. Found one from the zone drop. Nice. Oh, I need to get more Orbos buff. One. I'm full geared. It's just more convenient to farm honor on my main than it is my ults. Because you could just transfer to your ults at 20% penalty. There's no point in like logging on the next undergeared character when I could just mail it over. I mean, I guess I could buy enchants, but they're a waste of gold, I think. I wonder if I could put Sophic on these. I should test it. What, the Radiant enchant? It does, but like, you know how expensive that is, man? For something you're just gonna replace day one of the season. Right now I'm trying the Trickster build for fun again, but I like the Deathstalker build better. See, Radiant Authority. It's 100k for the enchant. I guess it's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. That's still pretty terrible, but... Authority of Storms. I mean, that's still way too expensive. Nah, not worth, not worth. What are WoW tokens worth? Not that I would buy one, but I'm just curious. Yeah, 300, not bad. I was trying to equate how many enchants per token it would be, but... I know like ring enchants are like 100k right now. Let me see if I can put Sophic on it though. Sophic is 2k. Should work. I could do 2-star Sophic if I wanted to be truly cheap. But who cares about saving 4k gold? You know, we'll buy one OP enchant. Even though it's a waste. The logic is it'll be my offhand anyway. So then I could still buy the expensive enchant for the conquest. Because I'm not buying 2 conquest weapons, you know? Alright, ghetto leg armor. For 1k. Countertaunts? Yeah, it's almost always dual, bargain, and then either disarm or smoke bomb. Are we fighting Supa? My boy Steve? Okay. Maybe I should play Deathstalker then. No, Comp Stomp's better. It's just boring. I figured this is better content for you guys to watch than me just play Comp Stomp all day. At the end of the day, I got 2.5 weeks to get it done. I could abuse Comp Stomp and get a bunch done today and be really productive, but at the end of the day, I'm already full gear on my main anyway. I'm just working on enough honor transfers to like gear out like 7 ults. Get this crit. I should have gone disarm instead of smoke bomb because there's 2 hunters. Thing is, they haven't announced Mop yet. And honestly, I like Kata more than I like Mop. It's just dynamic DRs and PV gear is bad, but Mop's only fun if you just like lock Shaman every game. And you want to play, be insta-CC'd by Hunter Lock for 40 seconds straight. And LSD. And pretty much every other variant of Lock Shaman X. Mop was peak Jamili making a Shaman counter of just fighting Shamans like 60 times in a row. Like RMD was only good because everyone was dog shit at the game. If people are like actually a lot better at the game and have more weak auras and have their brains turned on, RMD's not great in Mop. It's OP in WAD, but it's also just boring being like a burst of speed bot. It's just so many people have like the cult answer if everyone says Mop is the best, so it must be the best, even though they didn't actually play Mop. Because it is the cult favorite. But in hindsight, actually, Kata is closer to being a better class-designed game. I don't know how my chatbot got you for links. I'm sorry, Azito. I think we just lose this PG. Because they have a better team fighting comp. We got Dom gifting too as well. Are you happy with subset? I mean, I like that it's one of the stronger rogue specs, yeah. I'm so bored of playing Asset and Outlaw all the time. Do I like that they nerfed Gouge and Kidney? Not really. I think I should have a little more damage than for how much CC nerfs there is, but not one-shotty damage. I just wish they would like rebalance around like not having duel and not having CDR, and then reset with himself for the ×3, putting us at what? We're at 34 for the day. God damn. Stealth dropping randomly. Hasn't really been happening to me that much now. I know there's a couple abilities that like have crazy stealth range, like summoning the Charhound on Warlock, but that's about it. Look, the binding shot, big of this crit. It's like low S, yeah. I wouldn't put it anywhere near Healing Dragon or Fury Warrior or Unholy DK or Ellie Shaman or Frost Mage or Feral Druid. There's a lot of specs that are better than it. It's, you know, it's not like the best spec in the game. Top 3 melee are Fury Warrior, Unholy DK, then Feral, and then Rogue is like 4th. It's not like Enhancement Shaman bad, right? And then top 3 ranged are like Frost Mage, then Ellie, then Marksman Hunter. But like at actual peak #1 MMR, you generally get doubled in damage by almost every DPS in the game besides Windwalker, Enhance, and Ogvoker. Maybe not doubled, but you're generally 1.5 times behind. And 30% of your damage is just Rupture Pad. And then you do like a 900k of this out of 7 million. And for them to have nerfed Kidney and Gouge, it's kind of a big deal. Like, I think Waz was doing better almost as Asa. Just doing crazy DPS on Asa. There's a real, actual being able to top damage spec. Like, the biggest thing is when they nerfed this from 60% to 19. That 41% nerf was huge. Most sub-rogues are humble, and we all put sub-rogue in S tier because we know, like, if we micro CC perfectly, even if we're last on damage, we can have someone carry us. If we play really, really well. But at the end of the day, no other class gets balanced around their top performer, right? They don't try to balance DK or Warrior or anything like that around like Magnus or Pet Kick or, you know. But rogues definitely get balanced around Calvish or Wes. Like imagine if Supatis had to pay for the sins of like Asper or Dippy or, you know. This class wouldn't usually just be insane. Granted, this is the one time Boomy's actually A tier, but Boomy's like a 5% buff away from just being God mode again. And we go right back to DH Moonkin. Because that's what happens when you gut all the CC and Cyclone is like the only good crowd control in the game. Because everyone doesn't tab break it, and it can't be dispelled. Not even for the fact that it can deny healing and defensive CDs or anything like that. It's just the only CC that actually works. Because everyone just perma-tab dots and breaks everything, and Diablo AoEs everything. A diff build? I tried literally 30 different builds. This is the best build. I've tried Trickster and Deathstalker for T. I've tried Flag T. I've tried multiple different Trickster builds. I've tried Trickster with T. I've tried Kyrian with Trickster. I've tried like 3 or 4 different Flag builds, even though Flag is always terrible and you're just assuming your opponent has no pulse. And it just lets you AFK on them for like 5 seconds of pre-setup with no big debuffs or weak auras. I've tried Cold Blood Coup de Grace. Rupture Pad is the only way to play sub. Literally, because the whole game is PV pad. And it does pretty similar burst as the other builds anyway. And if you can rot them, that gives you an easier spot of like trying to burst them from 50 instead of like trying to burst them from 80. And it makes your micro CC way more potent. Because it's like, oh, I'm AFK for 15 seconds on DRs. Oh, never mind, I got a step kick. Into a gouge, into a kidney, into a duel. Nice, they rotted even more, and then I go swap this guy with a bomb, you know. It's pretty much a Mythic Plus dungeon, yeah, ever since Dragonflight. I'm saying there's a difference in killing people in unranked content and actually playing a game with MMR at the top of the game. Try playing 2.5 MMR on the beta, where there was only like literally 5 people on all of the beta that got let high pretty much. It was pretty much just the OP warriors and mages like Magnus and Raikou. But yeah, try playing at like peak MMR for a month straight in the beta and you know. Let me know what happens when you fight like tournament players that actually have their keyboards plugged in. If you can just Palomore cast sequence macro one-shot them or not, you know? I believe this one works in Arena. Steve gotta just keep his pet while he hides in stealth. So rude. I should just dance his pet and kill it, but... Oh, there he is. Kind of bad that I ruptured before the Shadow Strike, but... Take a Vis crit. It's just sub by nature is just a noob stomping spec. So it's hard for me to ever take anecdotal evidence of anyone that's like, you know, not in the playing the same video game as me. Like no flame, but like obviously I can go gank some World Quest Andy, you know, 1200 rated male Worgen DK and be like, wow, I 30 stack flag finality DFA'd that guy with Darkest Night and symbolic victory. Holy shit, I'm insane. But like it's not real. Yeah, I think you can't use the mana and Zerker ones in like a real arena. But you can use like the just default vanilla one in ranked. Or at least it says so. So it can be used in all rated and unrated PvP environments. How do we lose mines? We lose. Nah, Coldblood Secret Tech would do no damage. This, in most situations, does more than Coldblood. The only way you ever play Coldblood ever, Coldblood is just trash, is if you're doing a coup de grace for Trickster. Like, all the little mini eviscerates will modify with Coldblood. But that is the only environment ever where Coldblood is a viable button to ever press. For one, with Deathstalker, you already get free Evis crits with Darkest Night. And Evis can actually out-damage Secret. You just Secret for your tier set. And for an extra stack of Macabre, and for the delayed damage to line up at the same time as the Darkest Night Evis. So you're just kind of like making it the last stack of your buff. I think Rogue is like low S. It's just for noobs, it's like B. Or for like Gladiator players, it's like A. For like the average bottom end rank one, probably still A too. But then if you're just like one of like 3 people per region, it can be S. It's not like Fury or Death Knight where literally you could like play one-handed and it's just always good. Or Ellie or just any like accidentally double everyone on damage scoreboard spec. I would say Fury is probably the easiest class right now. It's really, really, really good. I would probably do better in these BGs on my warrior with no PvP gear than my actual bist out honor gear rogue. Gorma is terrible for the Trickster build. You'd much rather just have 2 finality for the coup de grace damage. And you don't really have energy problems unless you're just like overly spamming. And Cold Blood Tech is really bad. Like, Cold Blood Coup de Grace does way more, and that's the only time it's ever viable to press Cold Blood. Even then, I don't think it's worth losing 7 combo points for it. Even if it adds like a million to coup de grace, it's too clunky. I don't know what you're asking, Dean. Or Dane, my bad. Big Abyss crit with T. 1 mil. I think I'm using the BOE, yeah. The crafted gear. I don't really believe in critter haste if you can avoid it. Unless it's like you're forced into it a little bit with your tier set. Or it's like super late in the expansion where you're hitting stat DRs. And it's like, oh, I'm 30% DR, I might as well take like, you know, an extra 5% crit or something. But like first couple tiers, when your stats aren't DRing that heavily, no, Burst and Mastery are the only stats that give you damage. Like real effective go damage. I didn't have finality for that one, so it could have been over a mil. This is a stomp. Die. That was too greedy. Yeah, at the end of the day, I wouldn't like waste 100k gold buying like 3 green items. So you're gonna replace instantly. With like world PvP gear when you can or whatever. Like the epic world PvP gear. So the honor gear is not that bad. And it's just if you're saying what's best in slot for unranked, you know, meme content, it's probably crafted boots and bracers and shoulders, yeah. Even though honestly, like the mastery you gain is almost just offset by the agility you lose, because it's literally a 13 item level on 3 pieces. It's a lot of agility. What's up like? It's like low S if you're really, really good. It's the Radiant Authority one, but it's like 100k right now, so I wouldn't buy it. You could just buy a Sophic for like 2k gold though. Hansel ditched. I think they're getting off. Could end on a comp stomp, I guess, since everyone's leaving. I'll end on a scram and a comp stomp. Yeah, that was a stomp and a half, that BG. Is there a new belt buckle thing? I think it's still Kingsbane and Deathstalker, yeah. I'm not sure though, I don't really enjoy SS, so I haven't been playing it much. How's up feeling? It's okay. Some talents, I got you. I have the talent command too. GG Slopsy. Gonna wait out the get the Abyss crit. He's gonna die without blocking. I think you can buy one of the expensive enchants if you want to waste 90k. Just because that'll be your offhand weapon anyway. Yeah, don't... That's the copium I have. Because then when I buy the conquest weapon week 1, I could shift the expensive enchant to the offhand, and then boom. But it's better to just wait for prices to go down anyway. But you can't use that on this. I didn't see an item level requirement. But I can't. Unlucky. I don't know if there's like a spam pullout bug. I don't have anything like that. I just know sometimes I get AoE'd out by warlocks when they pull out the Charhound pet. Like from like 10 yards away, but like really far actually. Further than 10 yards. But yeah. That used to happen on the beta a long time ago, but it doesn't really happen to me anymore, so I don't know. I don't know then. Could be something with macros or subterfuge is proccing, right? You don't just come out. You don't accidentally have like a cancel aura and something. Maybe you have something that's like self-damaging yourself. Or it's some kind of like cosmetic toy thing, like the cursed pickaxe, maybe. There's like a item you get from leveling, and if it's in your bags or your bank, you just randomly sometimes turn into a dwarf. For like 15 seconds. Like maybe something like that is like wonky proccing at the same time it pulls you out. I don't know, just brainstorming, but it hasn't been happening to me lately, so I'm thinking it's some kind of macro problem or something. Or some kind of weird talent or that's like making you damage yourself. Try to check your combat log when it happens. Like as it's happening, like on the first knockout, and then as you're getting knocked out again, you can just see if there's any other entries. I think you can go into settings too, and then like you can expand this to have like unknown. If it was happening to me, I would try to test it, but I think it's just people are world PvPing near you, and the warlock is just pulling out Charhound, and the range on that is like absurdly broken. It's kind of like DK A-bomb was. Like they're probably just Charhounding someone else, and the pet is just pulling you out like 20 yards away. Sepsis does a lot, actually. It does twice as much as a Shadow Strike. And sometimes it'll let you get multiple teleports while you're dancing for no reason on Shadow Strike. And it buffs your Shadow Strike by 25 because it makes it count as if you're in stealth. And it's an extra stack of Danse Macabre. And with Blades, it does like 800k instead of like a potential 2 to 400k Shadow Strike. But it's not like insane. You don't play the build around it. You just take it to go down the tree because the other talents around it are really bad. Like, Inevitability does nothing, and then Perforated is clunky and terrible too. We should look on it. I just feel like most of those diets in general are just terrible. Like, you have to have a mix of both. That's the whole point. Like, I think people that are vegan are definitely doing it wrong. I think people that are carnivore diet only are doing it wrong. Like, there's just a healthy mix in the middle for a reason on anything. Not that I don't love me a steak. I would eat steak every day if I could. How are people losing at a comp stomp, man? Should be 5 capped by now. What PvP enchant we're using? I mean, for transmog, I'm using the mop one still. But, it should be Radiant Authority. It's like 90k right now. Oh wait, we're Alliance, that's why. Okay. I thought we were getting shit on in this comp stomp because we've been doing so many BGs on Horde. And then I was like, dude, how are we losing a comp stomp? I mean, we still should have 5 capped by now and not 4 capped, but... If I did nothing to him because he's a prop pally. I don't know, eczema could be from anything. Like, I have bad eczema, but... Doesn't need to be a debate though, either way. I wish you luck on it, Azita. At the end of the day, we're all nerdy WoW players. We're not dietitians. Not going into enzymes and proteins territory right now. Me. We're just chilling. We're grinding some honor. I know the pre-made I was going with died up. Everyone stopped, so I might get off soon after this, but just because I'm too lazy to make my own pre-made and comp stomps aren't that fun. I'll just make another pre-made tomorrow. And we will finish out a billion more ults. But I'll just grind all the honor on Rogue, because this is my geared character. Maybe I'll switch to Warrior after I gear out the Warrior, but if it's like faster, more wins per hour or something. Show talents. This is not my normal build. I'm playing like a meme build right now. The main build is in my talents command. But usually I'm playing the Thistle Tea, Sepsis, and Deathstalker. This is a more meme, try to one-shot. But the other build is like way more just rupture pad in between your micro CC. It's way less clunky. Yeah, pretty much the gold standard is the Deathstalker build. That's what me and Calvish and everyone are playing. First time I've not 5 capped in a comp stomp. I might have to do another comp stomp just to... Even though maybe I just send a few skirms before I get off. At least we had a lot of pre-made BGs that were going good. We fought a lot of like other streamer teams. Kind of pre-made v pre-made. That was kind of fun. It beats leveling. The bar is so low. I wish the end of the Kata season was sooner though, so I could just play that. That'd be sick right now. Yeah, I usually run Swift Death always. So yeah, like... This is the normal build. you make a weak aura to track Darkest Night, and the goal is get all your finishers done so that you get the guaranteed crit eviscerate. And you sometimes you try to do secret as like the last finisher of your stacks, so that you can kind of time the delayed damage of secret with the big evis crit. So it's kind of like, and you almost always open with Shadow Strike. You don't open with stuns anymore most of the time. You just let them peel you on air before you're actually committed. And you just want to get your stacks going. I mean, you could try to do like cheap shot Shadow Strike and like overlap the points from pre-med. But yeah, the goal is kind of like kidney, get up rupture. Somehow my dance went on CD there and it wouldn't let me dance. That was really weird. That fucked my opener up. I don't know what caused that. Made me waste my CDs though. When I have blades, I'll do the opener. F audio? What happened? Is it better now, the music? But yeah, the opener should look something kind of like this. Kidney. Secret. Vis, get finality. Vis crit with finality. Re-tee it if you have to. That's kind of what like, it normally looks like. Obviously, PvP target dummy is way higher than a player. But yeah. Most people I see play Outlaw play the Fate Bound or whatever, I think. And that's the problem with Carnivore, though. You're kind of projecting a little bit because that's what kills your kidneys. That's why I'm saying it's just, you know, I'm not a dietitian or anything, but I see a lot of cons to veganism and a lot of cons to just pure meat. Like, like being an omnivore just makes sense. And livers, yeah. This once, we have finality ready. I try to one-shot the healer. Actually, I have to do one more finisher on Priest. Okay, now we swap the healer. Diavis crit, tee it. Got his trinket, so we'll just get off. Switch my stacks before I blind so it doesn't break. Kick him into a blind sap. Like it's sap because of the kick. Maybe sap trinket. Oh, he doesn't have trinket. We just kill here then. Into resaps. Into duel. Into kidney. Even though my healers or my DPS is losing the 2v3. In a shuffle, we would win that if it was not like a 2v3. Going for the duel was kind of dumb. I should have just dueled to kill. But that's how I would play it in a 3s, so. Grayson, how you doing, man? So I have everything macroed into blades except for T. And then I have symbols in my T. Yeah, this is the cookie cutter golden standard Calvish me and everyone are playing. There are some cheesy trickster builds, but yeah. The only thing you switch is disarm and smoke bomb. And maybe you could drop Shiv if you want rush setup. But I like Shiv. Macros? Sure. I mean, I have my macro list, but... I'll add them to the Discord right now. Everything's on there. But the problem with putting Thistle Tea in like your Blades Swifty one-shot is because a lot of times not all of your modifiers line up perfectly. And you're tempted to like repress Blades to like on use mid-go. Or, you know, symbols mid-go or something. And you'll accidentally double T. And since they have like a 1 minute recharge, you don't want to do that. You're wasting a lot of like mastery buff. You want to just have Thistle Tea on like a really cozy, like non-modifier bind that you can kind of like hit at the same time as everything else. Bought my stacks off. Feels bad, man. Almost my stacks off. Feels bad, man. I just want to get the Abyss crit one time. Big Abyss crit, T it. Also, don't be afraid of doing 5 combo point finishers sometimes, just to get your stacks down. Another thing I've kind of learned after playing a while. Teaming better than Night Elf. Human's good if you're completely sub-rogue v sub-rogue class envying. Then you go human or orc. But if you intend on playing any Asa or Outlaw at all, you should be Night Elf. And Night Elf is also higher quality of life into like the other matchups that aren't rogue v rogue. It's just a good way to like avoid a meld or a coil, just Nelio vanishing something, and then also it's just an extra whole pre-med. And it's also just a good way to get nullifying Shroud off of Dragon, where you just meld and then go cheap shot it off 3 times. It's a free subterfuge. Why do you have all your BD buffs on the left side? Big debuffs? I'm guessing. I'm using Omni Auras and not big debuffs, because big debuffs was really buggy. But I might switch back to big debuffs soon. Just because like Bladestorm doesn't properly work on here, even though I added it in the Aura editor. Or maybe I didn't fix it on the actual retail. Maybe I only fixed it on the beta. I'll have to look into that later. I just think Big Debuffs wasn't updated when I was using Omniauras. Chan was just telling me it's just better than Big Debuffs, but I don't see it. I'll probably just switch back to Big Debuffs personally. I just didn't even know it was updated yet. I thought the Big Debuffs just wasn't supported anymore. We're playing Deathstalker. But I don't know. Azita's been coming around for a while. We don't need to make drama about it. Like at the end of the day, like people can do what they want to do. I'm not gonna, you know. It's still better than some other things, you know. There's a lot of different diets. In general, I just don't believe in most diets, but like that's my opinion. At the end of the day, we're all just playing arena, so doesn't need to be a debate. We don't have to have a science off. Unless it's solving why every warrior player is short. If I play my warrior, I might just shrink. A Deathstalker, it's just more rupture patty and you don't CC yourself like you do with coup de grace, and you break less CC. Like Singular Fury, if you have Deathstalker on the person you're CCing, can break CC, but this breaks CC the whole game. So you end up CCing yourself and gapping your stuns, and you break CC. So it's just terrible. We got the big Abyss crit. Got another Abyss crit ready. Tee it. Got bubble. Also, coup de grace just, or coup de grace just, I say it different every single time, even though I know it's just coup de grace. It bugs out half the time. Like, if you get micro CC'd at all, it just stops doing damage. That game, it was kind of low. In, like, a real high-rated shuffle game, it's like 30% of your damage. It's your top damage. If you're playing, like, top MMR, sweaty, multi-minute long 3v3 game. Your peak Avissing for, like, 800k to 1.2 mil out of, like, 7 mil. I only bought one enchant. It's more if I have two. That's why. And it's more that it gives you agility. It's not about the proc. Like the pure proc damage one is terrible because it can break CC, and agility is king. This gives you a lot of agility, which buffs everything. Asa isn't better? It probably is. Like the highest, like, you know, people know how to live meta. I quit in Tyrannical, so I actually don't have that. I only have like even half the elite set. I just quit that season. I was too annoyed by like how bad season 12 was, and then like FMP was really annoying in Tyrannical, so I just quit. Finally found a rogue streamer. I mean, we're here. We have everything leveled, but we're gonna play a lot of multi-classing eventually, but we've always mained rogue, so we stick with it. But I intend on playing a lot of Feral, Warrior, Mage, um, Warlock, maybe SP and Disc, maybe Ellie, but it just depends. Like right now, it's just so easy to level characters. Like your first character takes like 5 hours, and then your ults take like 3 hours. And there's no weekly vault, so it's way quicker to cap your ults. You just have like a, you know, it's really easy to just cap your conquest. Are you done playing Kata? No. It's just nobody plays the middle of a season. So I'm kind of just waiting for the end of the season. And then I'll grab rank 1 on Kata, and then I'll play the beginning of next season intermittently when I have teammates on. I would rather be playing Kata personally, but it's just really hard to find people to play threes with. There's only like 5 people I like playing with, and they're usually already queuing or never on, or we start queuing and there's like a 2-hour window where there's teams to queue into, and even then it's just one team sniping us 10 games in a row as a counter comp. But yeah, it's just playing whatever I can stream every day. Because Major isn't on enough, and then I haven't seen Floor Mat on in a hot minute, and then like Pugs is always on, but I just don't want to play twos. I'm always down to play with Paymon too. He's still playing, but yeah, it's just hard to find queues every day, and then we just literally the only team I'll ever fight is RMP. Is just jungle and thug cleave, and then every single game I play RLS is just triple DPS. It's just boring how much people snipe and dodge and shit. And it's like a 2-hour window where I can play the game and actually queue into people if it's not like the end of the season. I would imagine, so Kata was supposed to be 1 year long, so this season should already be over. But I don't know why they're taking so much longer. But Firelands is on the roadmap or whatever that's public with like their timeline of Kata, and they have Firelands set to release in October. So either like there's like a 1 week gap between the seasons or something, and maybe the season ends at the end of September, or maybe Firelands is middle of October and the season ends at the beginning of October. But either way, it sucks that like the end of the season isn't now, where there's so much downtime. Because like 2.5 weeks of downtime for, you know, a 5-hour leveling experience is too much. But, you know, because it would be productive right now to be playing the end of season of Kata and just being really hype and then being like, you know, War Within actually starts September 10th, you know, and like, that'd be sick. Creating a second YouTube channel for other games. I don't really have time for other games. Like, I already can't even do YouTube for my main stuff with WoW because I suck at editing. And I don't really want to pay an editor and operate at a loss. And most editors that I just say you get 80% of what the channel makes or something, or 50-50 or something like that. It's not worth it for them to run a 9K subs channel, you know, where like they could put in a lot of hours and make like $200. But I'm also not gonna give like full, you know, control of like, oh, if they spend years building it up and then want to quit, I'm not letting them like take my channel, you know. Like that's always a dangerous territory too. But it's hard to make it to where it's actually like worth their time to do it well. I think if you're like a diehard PvEer, you can do delves, yeah. Alright, we're in a 7-minute... Wait. Actually, I think we queued Dungeon Finder and not Skirm. Okay, that explains the queue time. God damn. I got lost in the conversation. Think Cat is dead already? I mean, Sea-Doo doesn't really queue anymore. At least I don't queue into him that much. Most of the ret DKs are gone. And then, Snuts and them don't really play anymore. So I get, like, all I fight is either boosters occasionally or just like 2 different hunter teams that Q snipe and dodge, and that's it. So there's not much variety at all. I heard Dekel came back. Everyone thought he got banned because he just disappeared for like a month or something, or 2. But really, 15k honor for 1 enchant? I didn't even know you could buy enchants with honor. Let me see. Or are you talking about for sockets? To do 2 bloodstones in a setting. You think Seb will stay strong? No, people love to pre-cry about Seb. People were crying about 8-second kidney even though it was data mined that it wasn't in the game. And people are crying already about the 10% undo PvP template nerf. When I think that was just literally them correcting retail to what the beta was anyway. Like, it doesn't feel buffed at all. Like, the ratios of how behind I am to every pad class are about the same. And even this is like in a more Smurfy environment, and it's still worse. Not like I'm fighting like tournament players. Are you doing the cast sequence one? Because that one bugs out. I'll delete that one. That was like an experiment on my end. It's at the bottom. Don't do the cast sequence one. I was trying to see if I could find a way where you couldn't double tap T. If it was like cast sequence T stealth or cast sequence T pickpocket where it never finishes the loop. And then it's on like a 6-second cast sequence. So you just can't overlap T with T. That was the idea. And then it just didn't work because cast sequence macros are buggy as shit. And they never actually properly reset. Because regardless of the abilities landing or not, they loop off of the first key press. So if you like double press T at all, then it just permanently never lets you T ever until you wait like the full duration of the reset timer without ever even trying to T. So if like you keep giving up on waiting 6 seconds and pressing it every 3, it just keeps the loop going. Because I don't know why they even keep cast sequence macros in the game, because like they neutered them trying to fix people that were doing too complicated of like do the game for you rotation macros. And it's just kind of, they've neutered them so hard that they're so buggy and don't work at all. So it's like, why are they even still in the game if like they're frowned upon anyway? It could just be that T in general is kind of buggy because sometimes it tries to use the item thistle T even if no one has it. So sometimes you have to untalent and retalent thistle T. It's really rare though, but it's usually like kind of like opening setup of the expansion, but. We're back a second though while I'm in queue. I use QWE for movement. Yeah, I mean, generally, Asa and Outlaw are better than Sub, like, almost every single expansion since MOP. Like, MOP was like the last time that Sub was the true PvP spec all the way through. Like, right, WAD, all three were good, but Combat was the best. But you could make Sub work, even at a tournament level, so, like, it's kind of a halfway cop-out, but, like, it was just easier to play Combat, and Combat also just had a higher win rate and did better at tournaments, because it just had less counterplay. And then Legion, Sub was probably the way, or the first half, and then Outlaw took over towards the end, and Waz was like really dominant with like Outlaw Hunter and Pika too with like Outlaw Thug Cleave, and then I think Waz like Outlaw Ellie, and then so Outlaw kind of end of out second half of Legion was the best, and then BFA was mostly Asa, and then Shadowlands Sub was good, but Outlaw was better. And then Dragonflight, Sub had like a 1 or 2 month window where it was good, but like 90% of Dragonflight was like Asa the first half, then Sub for like 10% of the middle, and then Outlaw for the next like 30%, and then it ended on Asa again. So like overall, Asa was best like 70% of Dragonflight, maybe like 60. It was like 60% Asa, then like 10% Sub, and then like 30% Outlaw. But in general, Sub is never this is the PvP spec all the way through. Like it, except for Wrath, Kata, Mop. Well, OG Wrath, no, but like private server Wrath and then like Kata and Mop. But even then, in Mop, like Woundman was on some combat shit and it worked, so you never know. They're Sub and Asa are both like S tier. Like Waz is doing crazy damage on Asa. It's just really boring. I just don't enjoy playing it. Whalers. Kill the totem for the crit buff. Cut my kidney, feels bad. Finally playing the video game. Tried to quote Coil, but he didn't have Coil. Waiting on DRs a little bit. Kind of weird to waste my Abyss crit here, but we just don't have any DRs to do anything real with it. I'll kill the totem to get another crit though. We'll continue this guy. We kill here if I get there. Dark Pack's kind of late. Gouge. Never mind. Can't play. This crit before I lose it. Like a Vis crit, T it. Huge damp. Big a Vis crit. Spend the fist. Saving the sepsis here so it lines up with blades, so it'll do more damage. Like, I outdamaged this asset, but he wasn't really doing anything, so. Was the monk? GG's, man. Like, most assets should be doing, like, 1.5 times my dam if they get good AoE off. The numbers for the amount of spells you have, e.g. Vanish, 2 Shadow Step, font size is bigger. I think that's just the font that Bartender uses, but I also have a font folder that changes the font a little bit too. But it's a combination. If you do the font folder, it won't be enough. So you need the font folder and Bartender if you want the same font that I have. But also could be an Omni CC thing, but I don't think so. Yeah, that's set to smaller even. Normally, I don't open with a cheap shot, but especially on an orc, it's very hard to get my rotation off. Hopefully, he doesn't cloak my stacks off. He does, of course. Oh, I could have gouged here. That's like the clunkiness of Deathstalker is like sometimes people just don't want you to do what you want. You're just getting cloaked and you're getting bopped and bubbled and blocked and your stacks just keep resetting. And then you don't want to swap the other guy because you're like one finisher away from your guaranteed crit, and then he turtles and you're just sitting there waiting like 6 seconds. It's It's really clunky sometimes, but yeah, I mean, you also could just... Oh, I failed the Goblet Glider. You can choose to just do crafted gear, even though you lose agility, being 13 item level worse. But I would choose crit over haste, yeah. It still has higher chance to crit your secret tech multi-hit. And to crit eviscerates that aren't Aegis Knight. Haste does really almost nothing for you. Same for Asa. Haste is not terrible on Asa. It makes your rotation a little less clunky. I would probably pick crit or pick haste over crit on Asa. But at the same time, you can play both. Like, crit's not unusable on Asa. Like, it gives you more combo point procs kinda when you crit with Seal Fate. And I guess there is a certain amount of crit to make sure Kingsbane crits if you play it. Does that feel full honor care? Pretty decent. I mean, it felt good on the beta. If you go back to my Twitch VODs and you watch me the entire last month, because Cat has been a little dead for a while, I've been playing thousands of rounds of Shuffle at the highest MMR on the beta. So there's a lot of like full gear Season 1 gameplay there. Even if solo queue is just a fiesta of no voice PvE padding, but that's what any type of solo queue is, so. I'm using Better Blizz plates. The import for the settings for it are in my Discord, as well as almost all my UI stuff. also working on a thing with the WAG.io, like the WeakAura site or whatever. They have like a content creator thing now where they're doing UI packs, and I'm putting my whole UI on there as well. Well, the settings, it's kind of like the skill capped add-on, where you'll be able to like import my settings to various add-ons. But it'll cover the things that are not normally importable, I guess. So I'll need to make a command for that when everything's like all set up how I want. But I think it should be there if you get the WAG.io client and you go to UI packs. The upload went through, so I think. Like if you want like my bartender settings and like a bunch of other things that normally don't have imports. I was out of just copying my whole save variables folder on Discord. Yeah, it's on there, cool. So if you go in there and you go to UI packs, it's not like at the top, but yeah, most of my nameplate stuff is all tied to Better Blizz plates. One word. It's on CurseForge. It's the only place you can get it right now, I guess, but I have the import in my Discord. And then Better Blizz frames I really recommend. It's the old school combo points, the dark mode, party cast bars, combat indicator. It's like half my UI. It lets me filter certain buffs and debuffs to be larger and like also just be priority. So like it'll always make my Deathstalker stacks like be like the first debuff because I made it larger. Which that helps a lot with like playing around the stacks. So it's not like lost in a bunch of other random dots. We're gonna waste another 90k. Doing enough BGs. Maybe I'll make it back if I sell a bunch of other working stuff to people. Yeah, same gear, verse mastery and all that. Need the big of this. Need world PvP gear? Probably something similar. They've said how it's gonna work is trophies of strife are gone, but you just need like way more bloody tokens. And there's like a cap on how many you can get. And I think there's gonna be like a weekly quest that's kind of the same thing as like get the 50 sparks of life or whatever in a zone kind of quest. I don't know if it'll be the same name. And that'll just give you a boatload of bloody tokens instead. I think is my understanding of how world PvP stuff's gonna work. But yeah, it'll still be the premier way to get like verse mastery, belt, and all that that you can't normally get. How you doing, Trimus? The normal Deathstalker T1. I was playing like some Trickster Kyrian for fun earlier, but this is just a smoother build still. A little bit too high. I could turn the music down. I mean, right now my mic is peaking way above the music, but we could turn it down a little. Is that better? This could work. Let me see. And that's basically the same build, right? Oh, wait, I put it in the name and not in import. I'm stupid. So yeah, you're just playing Kyrian flag. Yeah, that's. I mean, you should be Trickster for this. Also, I would play Swift Death. It's gonna line up way smoother with Rotten. What a Trickster does. So if you're playing like a Trickster build, the reason why you want this, right, is it's gonna buff your Kyrian by 25%. So you want to do 4 Shadow Strikes to build up a Super Abyss. So Shadow Strike and Backstab have a 20-second CD to do the bullshit and give you a stack. But when you rush Secret Tech, you get to ignore the cooldown of this, and 2 more Shadow Strikes and Backstabs will get you to 3 out of 4, and you need to get to 4. And then you get the 4th from either this or this. But yeah, you just feint or evasion to get like your 4th stack, and then you try to Cold Blood the 4 stack. Or you could still play 7 combo points and not play Cold Blood. But the main reason why you'd play this with Kyrian is it just... They're pretty much perma-phased from Secret or Shadow Strike or a bunch of stuff. And you just get a 25% Kyrian modifier for free. I mean, Trickster in general is clunky because this breaks CC. But yeah, I think it's just smoother gameplay to play Deathstalker, even though it's buggy and your stacks reset sometimes. But Deathstalker is actually more effort than Trickster. Just because your buff isn't committed to who you're hitting. So you can actually swap around. It's just the downside is just that you break CC, right? Whereas this, the buff is like flexible to anything. I would generally use Secret as the last finisher of your stacks. Yeah. I mean, like sometimes you do it at 2 though. Without the tier set, you would definitely want it to be at the end. Like there's 2 schools of thought, right? The Abyss first gives you deeper daggers for the Secret. Even though it's 8% because they nerfed it because it's 1 talent point now instead of 2. The other school of thought is rushing the Secret buffs both Eviscerates. But yeah, you'd generally want the delayed damage to line up with the Eviscerate. But it kind of just comes down to how early they're dying in the stun lock or whatever. Calvish is saying they fixed a big buff, or a big bug. Fixed an issue that caused some sources of increased shadow damage to not increase Deathstalker Plague. Okay, that makes sense. I was saying the whole beta that like it didn't seem like any of the modifiers were working. That might be huge. People will cry about that. That definitely means that the T version with flag and symbolic is definitely not better now. Do you prefer Trickster? No. Because it's clunky that you have to like get up slice, which you can't get in the opener, or evasion or feint something to get your 4th stack. Because like your opening Shadow Strike is stack number 1, and then when you rush the Secret, your next 2 Shadow Strikes are stack 2 and 3, and then you're just stuck at 3 for 20 seconds, unless someone tunnels into feint or evasion, or you get up a slice and dice. But yeah. People have just been asking me about Trickster, and like there's a chance they might like gut Deathstalker, but like it's just a smoother build. You can play with Control as King. For what? Trickster builds? If you really have bad energy management, you could drop 1 point in Finality for Gorma, but it's not worth it. Right back a sec. My girlfriend just tried to kill me. So, part of her birth month, we went on like multiple different places. When we were up in like past Sedona up north, we went to Arizona, which is kind of like this national park kind of place, right? Anyway, they had drinks there that were kind of affordable and really good. And I actually had one of the best Bloody Marys I've ever had because they used like a horseradish vodka for it. So we went to like Total Wine and More. And we found like horseradish vodka. And we just tried to like make our own version of it, but she put like way too much Tabasco in there with the horseradish vodka because she didn't think the vodka would be that strong. And holy shit, is this spicy? It's like, whew. I'm still gonna drink it because it tastes good, but like, yeah. When will World PvP gear start? I'm not sure. I think when the actual season starts, because you'll be able to get epics from it. So there's no way they put it out if it's just better than Honor gear, right? Retail or Kata? I mean, Kata's pretty dead right now, but I prefer Kata class design. It's just people only play the beginning and ends of seasons, so like Kata will be really active at like the end of the month. If because I know Firelands is supposed to go out in October, so that'll be a good like uptick for it. Oh, he rage quit before I can kill him. We're carrying hit for on plate there. 1.1. Yeah, my eviscerates go down in like half as this build. Secret goes up a little bit. Secret gets even more cooldown reduction, and you get more blind cooldown reduction, but you end up having energy problems, and you end up AoE breaking CC. And sometimes you end up stun gapping because you CC yourself with Coup de Grace. So in general, it's really clunky. The thing is, all of the passives for Deathstalker are more than this 1 mil. Because you have to keep in mind, with Deathstalker, you're getting... Fatal Intent does nothing, but you're getting, Hunt Them Down, Corrupt the Blood, and Singular Focus, and the Shadow Damage, and the Abyss crits. Let's win next one. How do you find Outlaw? I think Outlaw is the weakest of the three. I think there's like a 5% margin where Asa could just overtake Sub. Asa's sleeper. It does crazy damage actually, still. And I hate Asa. So if Sub gets a small nerf, Asa might just take over. But Sub right now is the best, I think, overall. It's like the most quality of life. Outlaw does similar damage as Sub. So it's just not worth it. To just have worse quality of life and more RNG. If Sub alone, I hope so, man. It's like in everyone's best interest that complains about Rogue for Sub to be good. Because generally only like 2 or 3 people a region can play Sub. Whenever Asa and Outlaw are fought him, like, they're all of AWC is just 8 Outlaw Rogues and 8 Asa Rogues. It's just more interactive, you know? If more classes were designed. Like what Sub Rogue used to be, not even what Sub Rogue is right now. Like pre-Legion Sub is great. But yeah, I hope Sub actually stays as like the best PvP spec for Rogue. It's been literally over a decade since it was the best way to play the whole expansion through. More than a decade. I'm just so tired of PvEing as Asa and Outlaw every single expansion. I'd be okay with them deleting Bargain, deleting Duel, and just giving me even more damage. Buffing CC back to 8 seconds and like killing triple DR so that people are like less cheap shot spammed. Hell, you can even give cheap shot charges at that point. I don't care. Yeah, DFA and WAD was really satisfying. Yeah, Legion Gorma was okay too. Well, that wasn't about dance. Like anything about pre-Legion Subrug, like if you watch Wrath, Kata, Mop, or WAD, is that Find Weakness is 100%. Like your armor pen. Because you're balanced around Vanishing aggro, Restelthing aggro, and Dancing aggro. And Find Weakness is the burst window, not Dance. And that even made sub PvE fun. Because you're just doing like a opener into dance into vanish into dance into like prep vanish into like dance, and you have this like 2 minute long find weakness of you just destroying the boss. But now that you're basically perma dancing the whole game, they have to make find weakness terrible. And then that just means you use vanish entirely defensively or for utility and mobility every time. And you don't really go for re-stealth aggro. You just go for... The only way you re-stealth aggro is, like, positioning to, like, jabate someone into chasing you into a bad spot, but... Like, getting a re-stealth generally doesn't give you damage anymore. You just kind of lose damage going for it. Yeah, I'd love it if, like, your bleeds didn't break rupture. Or gouge, I mean. Like, if you had, like, dirty tricks slash Sangveen, like, baseline. And, like, DFA was baseline and, like, tricks was baseline. And then they just, like, deleted duel, deleted bargain. Deleted the covenant abilities. Deleted T. Just made it less modifier-y. Like a Viscrit with T. Comp Stomp, yeah. It's just boring, so I mostly did normal random BGs with a pre-made, because we got to fight a lot of other streamer pre-mades and it was fun. But people I was queuing with stopped queuing, so I started doing some skirms for fun. Because we're already done with the gear on our rogue, but we still need to gear like 5 other characters. But instead of just like doing under-geared battlegrounds on every single ult, you can just go into your honor tab, and you can just transfer honor to your ults at like a 20% penalty. So it's better to just keep playing my rogue with gear, and then mailing honor over. A Visc crit if I can get there. And human triggered in 10 seconds. Feels bad. Give this crit. Gotta lay on hands. That game there were plate, but yeah, we had a 700k. Like normally, like full gear season 1, it's like 900k on plate, and then like the peak cloth, weapon enchant, everything can be like 1.2 mil out of like 6.3 to 8 mil. 8 mil being there's a warlock or outlaw rogue or bear form, but 6.3 is what rogue had in full gear. I mean, that's kind of low to right to hit like a 1 mil of this out of with that you have to do 4 finishers to get off. And have player on finality for it. Because they nerfed this by 41%. This used to be 60 in PvP. And then, yeah, they made it 19 in PvP, down from 60. Human and Orc are good for Sub-Rogue versus Sub-Rogue class envy, but Night Elf is better for all the other matchups. And if you intend on playing any Outlaw or Asa, Night Elf is better. So for me, I just have 2 Rogues. One's Night Elf and one's Human. It's like low S. It's like top 4, top 5 melee. I would say Fury Warrior is infinitely better, Unholy DK is better, and I'd say Feral is better. Without a doubt. DH does way more damage, but I think it's maybe better than DH, so probably 4th. Top 3 ranged are probably Frost Mage, Ellie Shaman, and then Hunter on Marksman. And then Dragon and Disc are the best healers. Yeah, like the best comps I would see right now are probably like KFC, which is Warrior Hunter, Thunder, which is like Warrior Ellie, God Comp, which is Mage Shadow Priest, Mage Lock. They added an Honor Vendor. RMP, obviously. Yeah, they added an honor vendor, yeah. The font's right there, but it's also, you need bartender as well. Yeah, Fury is that broken, yeah. In any type of content. That's why it'll probably get nerfed, because it's like borderline soloing dungeons. Unmute text to speech. I have to. I don't know how I broke it. I gotta fix it after stream. But I don't think you redeemed any channel points, did you? I don't see anything. Oh, Dono? Okay. Yeah, I gotta still fix that. Either way, thank you, G. Thank you for the 20. I gotta fix that still. 'Cause, yeah, the sounds are messed up. Wasn't me? Oh, I thought it was you. It was Tesla. Okay. We're doing a Palomar streaming? Yeah, I don't know what I did to break my sound effects. I was trying to fix that a couple hours ago. I just need to do it after stream. So I was like spam repeating things to see if the sound would go off, and then like watch the audio bar. I'm like hitting replay right now. Obviously he didn't do it again, but I hit replay. I just don't know why the sounds aren't going through. So I gotta play around with that. I don't know how I broke it. It's been leveling for days. I mean, everyone's been leveling for days. There's not much to do. Big critivis with T. I leveled already like 5 or 6 characters, so I want to level more. It's just getting some honor is a nice little break. Even though my main is full gear, but like you can hit transfer or whatever and send honor to your ults at like a 20% penalty. So I'm like farming all my honor out for every other character. Yeah, thank you so much, Tesla, for the donut. I'm sorry, my alerts, I didn't even notice it because of the sounds. I didn't mean to scam. Thank you so much. I feel terrible now. No, normally I've been seeing every single one still in Twitch chat, but like I don't see a dono in Twitch chat like as my backup for not hearing the sound. So that's the first thing I've like missed today. But either way, thank you so much, man. I'll have that fixed later tonight. I just know if I try to fix it on stream, I'm gonna break everything. Because Elgato does not like to play nice with everything else I have in my setup. Had more issues with Elgato, like the Wave XLR, than I did having everything set up through clunky ass voice meter. For splitting up my audio so I don't get copy striked on music. And so music doesn't go to YouTube. Since I do multi-stream on both Twitch and YouTube. Pika's still leveling though. He hasn't done any honor grinded today. Does he know there's a vendor? The true thing you can get lost in is you actually can get sockets right now. But it's like, if you want to waste 30k gold, it's like 10k honor a socket. But if you want to not waste any gold, it's like 14k honor a socket. And I think you need 2 sockets for the rings and necklace. So yeah, it would be like, for just the rings and necklaces alone, getting those 6 sockets would be 84,000 honor. Yeah, there's no way I'm doing that for multiple characters. I mean, it beats having to be time gated on them from the weekly vault, because there's no weekly vault anymore. This is a much better way to get sockets, because I'm almost always just honor capped, too lazy to even send my honor to alts or buy greens and sell them, and usually any like profession materials for honor is a horrible ratio. It would always just be you buy those honor tokens and mail it to your alt and use it to get gear on your alts, but so I would just constantly buy the honor tokens and just have like hundreds of them. The greens can be anywhere from 5 to like 50k, depending on your server and what item. Like getting the ring with the correct stats, I had to pay like 40k. Which is not worth it at all. I was like, I want to be bis for the honor grind. So I had extra gold anyway, but most of the enchants aren't worth it. Like the ring enchants are like 100k and stuff. Show talents? Yeah, so there's like 2 builds, right? I either play like Sepsis, Deathstalker, T and all that, or I play like a Trickster build with like Flag and Kyrian and stuff, but in general, I think the Trickster build is too clunky. Because this breaks CC, and then you CC yourself with this, so you end up like gapping your stuns sometimes. You can break CC with Deathstalker too, because singular focus. Like if you have the mark on like the person you're CCing, like if you go a healer and then you like blind swap someone else, all your rupture pad on everyone else will make this break your mark out of CC, but I think double dagger is better. Because you want to get more procs of this. Like if you really want mastery in the offhand that bad, then I think at 2100 you'll get like a type of crest that you can just like craft a 3 item level off bis dagger. You'll be able to just craft like a, I think it's 36 bis. You'll be able to make like a 633 or whatever. Or no, I think 639 is bis. You'd be able to make a 636. I think. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it, I think. So we've been at it for almost 9 hours. Unreal amount of subs and donos today. I'm gonna go fix my alerts so they work properly tomorrow. And then get some food. But is crafting easier now? Honestly, I haven't really touched crafting that much yet. I need to, because I've been farming so many of these that I should be able to make a bunch of the crafted gear to make some of my money back from buying enchants, but we'll see. But yeah, GG's guys. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. I was gonna toss a raid to someone, but I don't really know who to raid right now. Calvish on? We could raid Calvish. Or I can I can raid Deckle for the meme. Nah, that'd be too bad. Alright, we'll raid Calvish. Good call. Yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Follow the stream. We're live 6 days a week. Sunday is usually kind of my day off. Sometimes it's Thursday. I flex it up a little bit, but I will catch you guys tomorrow.